Hello everybody and welcome to Saturday. It's the start of yet another new season here at the Sim Grid, and yet again we're pulling out all the stops to bring you another incredible season of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. A full capacity of 180 teams will be competing across 4 splits through 5 circuits, which will see us covering Europe and a trip to America as well to the iconic Laguna Seca for a 3-hour race. Season 2 champions Yas Heat will be looking to keep hold of their champion status. This time, however, they're making the move from the Merc over to the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. We kick things off today here in Hungary at the 2.72 mile Hungaroring circuit, one of the busiest circuits here in Europe, for an epic 3-hour opening round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup Season 3 by Thrustmaster. A total of 24 hours of racing over the next 3 months are guaranteed to give us plenty of talking points up here in the virtual commentary box. It's David Christie here, and talking of which, joining me today is none other than my good buddy, partner in crime, Alex Goldschmidt. Alex, so much to update the viewers on. Custom balance of performance, new teams, and a lot of expectation.
Yes, today on Split 1, David, we've got 44 respective teams, 123 drivers comprising of 9 2-driver teams, 35 3-driver teams, 12 manufacturers represented. And with approaching the best part of 540 drivers over the respective splits, rather interesting. The custom balance of performance means that some of the brands, including the Bentley Continental, the Ferrari 488 and the Porsche 911, will have a maximum of a 50 kilo ballast. And I was having a chat with the SimGrid Oracle that is Mr. Michael Hamlet, that the Ferraris have brought in a lot of pace since the qualifying stages, but it looks like the Nissan GTR could be the dark horse. There's only one on this grid. We've also got one Honda NSX Evo, also with 10 kilos of ballast, and the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo on 25. But the one car that has got no ballast and has two representative teams with it is the BMW M6 GT3, which has the Unicorns of Love and also GC Racing and Friends as the 2 sole M6 GT3s on the grid, but Ferrari have 9 on the grid here for Split 1.
Yeah, there's no doubt saying that the Ferrari, a very popular choice, of course, getting, as you said, that full 50 kilos of ballast, as is the Bentley and the McLaren 720S. So again, just looking at that ballast sheet, and you can include the 911 Porsche GT3R in that as well, those immediately jump out to mind as the must-have cars. But we've seen it all through previous seasons, Alex, of the Endurance Cup, where that almost doesn't matter at all. It's fine having a very fast car, but it's all about keeping yourself clean for that first 10-15 minutes. And with the fact that you're sharing the seat with 2 other drivers, it's an incredible feat that we're away to see over the next 3 hours. Talking of which then, Hungaroring, let's get to know the circuit a little bit more, and we've got this cracking lap guides coming up for you.
Welcome to the SimGrid Endurance Cup Hot Lap, sponsored by SimSoc, as we're going to go on board the Aston Martin Vantage GT3 with James Parker, and as you can see on the right hand side as we go down the start-finish straight, the addition of the SimSoc foot cam. Hard on the brake stand from 4th into 1st gear, modulating the throttle coming out of the apex, then putting the power down, going through turn 1 and through into turn 1A before the run down to turn 2, up into 4th gear now, hitting the brakes again, going through into the left-hand hairpin, which then goes back onto the right-hand sweep here at turn 3. Notice how James Parker's got his foot fully planted to the throttle and runs the car wide to the left, up towards turn 4, pulling 5th gear now, slight dab on the brakes and back on the throttle through turn 4, and heading up towards the right-hander at turn 5, down into 2nd gear, modulating the throttle, not using much brake there I see, coming out of the corner round to the left before we go into the chicane at turn 6 and 7, the right and then the left, and then bury the foot back to the floor, back off of the lift off there, going through into turn 8, into 9, and again using a combination of brake and throttle modulation, through into the left at 10, 4th gear now, pulled whilst halfway through the corner, then we've gone through turn 11, back down on the power, on the long run down into turn 12, up to 4th gear, hard on the brakes down into 2nd, going through turn 12, well, that's actually first gear, through turn 12A, before turn 13, back on the brakes, down into first gear, using the modulation of the throttle to full efficacy there, before again back down onto the brakes going through turn 14, tight to the barriers, and then mash the throttle hard. And that is the Endurance Cup Hot Lap, sponsored by SimSock.
Well, the eagle-eyed among you would have noticed a rather fancy little addition to that track guide, and that was our SimSock foot cam that was on the track guide there. And a very warm welcome to our brand new partners over at SimSock, simsock.com, who, again, kind of fit in really well, Alex, with everything we do here at SimGrid. Obviously partnered up with Coach Dave Academy. It's all about getting those extra marginal gains, isn't it? And SimSock, with their patented CoolMax technology in the socks, will allow drivers who do race in their socks to get that optimal grip on the pedals. And I've, from my own experience, I can't drive in my socks because all of my socks just slide about, so I have to wear shoes. So I might be tempted to get a little set myself.
Oh, first Thrustmaster, now SimSock. I mean, the good thing is that a lot of times, especially when you're on sims, shoes don't provide that real sort of comfort textured feel. So they've got strategically placed like unique grips, like say on the ball of the foot underneath the toes. There's a cushioned heel for comfort, such as being in the Endurance Cup. You've got breathable panels, and it's also got arch support. So you then got, I mean, they spent months and months doing R&D on this thing, so it's a welcome addition to have SimSock with us here on the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster for Season 3.
Yep, certainly is. So a very warm welcome, and we're sure you guys will make them feel at home, as you always do. So simsok.com to get yourself a pair for yourself. Qualifying is underway here at Hungaroring, and it's almost one of those circuits that I forget about because I love driving this. It's such a fun, fast flowing circuit, very easy to pick up, very difficult to master. But again, now we're starting to see some representative times come in. Again, it'll be about 4 or 5 minutes before we start seeing the real bangers coming in, but again, there's going to be some real scores to settle, I think, in this qualifying session, Alex.
Yeah, there always will be, because at the moment we actually have the 333 Diesel Godzilla car on the grid, and that's got Batifoulier behind the wheel and is just 42 thousandths quicker than the 32. That's GTWR1. That's got Chris Hartvelt behind the wheel, and then Romagnoli in the 27 rounds out the top three, but then Fabien Piffet from the Team Fordzilla Lexus crew in the 66 goes top of the timesheets by over a tenth, with 13 minutes on the clock to go. So the Lexus is a very, very competitive car, one of the several naturally aspirated cars that we've actually got on this grid, including the Lamborghini Huracan, which has got, we've got the Greek Souvlaki squad that have decided to return, and they placed 8th in last year's championship and were running in the Audi, as here is the 149 of Mikhail Statsenko. So he's going through into turn 14. Could be a quick one from the Ferrari, even with 50 kilos of ballast, David.
Sorry for jumping in there, Alex. I was just about to say, just while you were mentioning about the previous championships, Statsenko though, 142.387. My goodness me, that is a shot across the bow from the reigning champions in that 149 Yas Heat team. Stunning lap. But back to last season, I mean, that was just an incredible sight from start to finish of the championship. You know, it went all the way down to that final race, and it went right down to the wire at the 8 hours of Silverstone. And if that's anything to go by, with a custom BOP for this year, I mean, I am genuinely worried for my own health at how carried away. You know, I get a little bit giddy and a little bit excited at the prospect of all these events, but this is just something completely off the chart right now.
Yeah, So Garcia is a 10th up at the moment in the number 122. Fabian Piffet, 3/10 off of Statsenko. Garcia goes up into 4th place on a 1 minute 42.798. But yeah, coming back to last season, the top 4 covered by, 31 points, and it was because of Yaz Heat in the 149. They took a 3rd at Barcelona, a 1st at Zolder, and a 2nd at Paul Ricard, and we actually had 5 different teams winning. We had Ambassadors from Ranvelten winning at Imola, Rocket Simsport at Silverstone for the finale, Jean Alesi Esports at Paul Ricard, Yaz Heat at Zolder, and GTWR taking the opening race at Barcelona. But, 5 different tracks this time around for Season 3. It's looking rather exciting indeed.
Certainly is, and I mean, there's so many different variables. We say that all the time through all the different the championships that we are so lucky to commentate on here at the SimGrid. But again, with this, I mean, we never really think qualifying is too important, but with how competitive this field is for this 3-hour race, this could be huge. And I also wanted to point out, actually, a huge prop, Alex, to you for that shout on the 333, that GTR, the 333 of Virtual Drivers by TX3 AAA Esports. I think you were bang on the money with that one. That is very much a dark horse, currently down in, 6th place just now. They've definitely got the pace to keep themselves in the podium for sure. Keeping yourself anywhere in the top 10 on the start, I think, is a great way for the 3 hours coming up.
Well, I mean, we did discuss this previously on, I think it was round 4 of Sprint Cup, that when we had the Hungaroring, and then we said that the custom BOP was being introduced, and I was really excited about how this is going to change the way that this championship ebbs and flows, so to speak, because you're going to see a lot of drivers try their level best. You've got the XL Racing by Renveld in 73, that's got Daniel Klein behind the wheel, and the Honda is currently P8, and that is another car that is running with very low ballast, 10 kilos. And then you look at, there's Martin Schumacher in the 411 car, down in 33rd position. Klinkmüller for Unicorns of Love currently 25th. So even with the fact that the custom BOP is to get the cars within 0.3 of a second of each other, the BMW we know is a quick car, especially when you've seen what has been happening in Sprint Cup this season. But you bring it in with a custom BOP, it has really changed everything, and I think this is just sort of shaking things up a little bit, and that's what we've wanted here on SimGrid, and Endurance Cup Season 3 by Thrustmaster is going to provide that in spades.
One of the things during qualifying as well that we see quite often is drivers trying to get themselves into clear space, and what I want to do, ladies and gentlemen at home, is draw your attention to that track map on the right hand side. Good luck finding any sort of free space on that track right now. There are little bits and bobs all over the place. We see the 122 Odox Motorsport machine bringing out the yellow flag there on the start-finish line, but very difficult to try and get yourself some clear air. But do you think maybe that it's the opposite for this, Alex? Do you think maybe they're trying to get a little toe up the couple of straights that we've got here?
Well, I mean, especially down the start-finish straight, I just noticed that Shevchelov just went and put the number 41 Lada Sport Rosneft Aston Martin up into P10. That's the highest of the Aston Martins, actually. It's mainly the start-finish line, start-finish straight that is going to be the real point where you can pick up maybe 2 to 4/10 of a second. So Bastian Linder now coming out of the final corner in the 100. And I'm just wondering, has he invalidated it? He didn't. Sebastian Lindner in the 100 Audi goes P9. That was a pretty good effort, a 1 minute 42.984. And the top 10, all of them sub 1 minute 43s. But Mikhail Statsenko for the 149 for Yaz Heat, doing a really good job. As Desperate Measures, Kopsov doesn't improve outside of the top 35. The Greek Souvlaki squad up into P16. Thanks to Kontogiannis and Romagnoli for the GTWR number 2 Ferrari. The 27 just goes P7. Menno van der Molen in the number 111, the DC Sim Racing NL. I've just heard that Darren King is also up by 0.3. out on circuit at the moment. So drivers are improving. We are now on an optimum track, and the track temperature 23 degrees Celsius. But there's two things I spot here, David. Wind, as that was El Hamdi going into the wall, coming out of turn 13. But there's also clouds in the sky. That indicates to me that there could be changeable conditions here at the Hungaroring.
You sound so excited about that, Alex. But you're absolutely right. There could very well be changeable conditions on the way, and these drivers are going to hope not, because given the improvements that are going on lap by lap by lap, I mean, look at that. That is what that's got to be 20 drivers. No, excuse me, make that 24 drivers within 1 second of the pole sitter right now. And let's bring that right back. Mikhail Statsenko. I mean, nobody right now is coming anywhere close to him. 2/10, nearly 3/10 of a second ahead of Chris Hartwell in that number 32 GTWR Racing Team number 1 car. And that is just an absurd lap to be sitting there for the best part of 10 minutes. Crazy pace, and that is definitely a warning that the Ferrari is on form.
Yeah, well, you better keep your eyes out for the Omega E-Racing teams. Bentley, that's got Giuseppe Montalbano behind the wheel, and apparently he's 3/10 up. That could put the Bentley on the front row, and the Bentley's got 50 kilos of ballast. What's even more absurd, David, the top 41 drivers covered by just over 1.8 seconds in this qualifying session, and the times are changing. Romain Utiel in the 367, that's the All-In Racing number 2 car. Valentin Barrier comes towards the stripe, and William Proof goes P5, just over 4.5 tenths of a second behind. But Montalbano, so we will just see whether Montalbano, he comes out of the final corner. He's going to get a little bit of a cheeky toe here, coming out of the final corner, turn 14. Montalbano, where does he end up? Oh, now, was that that lap looked to have been, he's just exactly the same as Battifourier, as Hartwell. That's 0.354 off of Statsenko. So Statsenko in quali, and it's a Ferrari 1-2 at the moment. 5 cars, the top 5, okay, split by a Lexus, and look who's in 4th. Luke Whitehead for H3 Racing.
Wait a minute, Statsenko's just gone even faster. 142.324. His best before was a 142, I think it was a 3.8 or a 3.9. That's the gap now back up to 3/10 of a second, almost 4/10 of a second. So not only has Statsenko set the absolute benchmark of times during qualifying, he's then gone out and casually just gone, yeah, well, now here you go. Just raised the bar even more.
He's just fired that warning shot, as if, right, you want to try and catch me, you've got to do it on merit. As Romagnoli in P4, and that is his best lap of 1 minute 42.747. Malik Mamad in the All-In Racing 88 Lexus, currently 41st, and we have got one team that isn't with us. That's the Racing Line Motorsport 193, but the 192 hasn't shown as having a lap time. There's Darren King down in 27th position. This is just like a DTM qualifying session, like literally thousands separating drivers. Montalbano and Battifourier, we're with the Nissan at the moment. That car has set exactly the same time as a Bentley with 50 kilos on it. But Statsenko has just put in an absolute alien-esque lap to put it ahead of Chris Hartwell. I mean, that's impressive.
Yeah, that's wild, and we are going to get very, very, very giddy if somebody comes even close to getting that, because I've got to be honest, Statsenko completely in a different league right now. And would you believe that we have the best part of 30 cars, 29 cars within 1 second of your pole sitter? I mean, we might as well give it to Luca Berk, who's 1.065 off of pole. That is just absolutely craziness. In fact, Luca Berk goes down into to P26 now, so cracking lap there. But I mean, look at that, 31 cars now. We're nearly at within that second. It's just a scary show of how competitive this split is. But boy, oh boy, I mean, it really gets your blood going for this 3-hour race.
Yeah, Luca Burke's 3/10 up. He's now coming through turn 14. So what does the Rocket Simsport Bentley have to say? As he now crosses the line, goes P12. Good effort there, and that puts him behind Daniel Klein in the 73 Honda. Chris Hartfeld making his way towards the far part of the circuit through the right-hander here at turn 11. There's one of the Porsches just up ahead. And then just behind is the number 72 Porsche. That's the XL Racing by Renveld and Redcar. They've got 3 teams. There's Florian Becker from GTRC and is currently 3/10 up. So that could put him around about P25 and heads across the stripe. P26. 6 1,000ths off of the 194 Mercedes of Racing Line Motorsport. So times are changing as we're going into the last 40 odd seconds of this qualifying session. And to be completely honest, Montalbano has gone P5 behind. Oh, now things have changed at the top. Recognise a certain name? Salvalainen, Griffax Engineering. In Sprint Cup, they are now P4, so the top Mercedes. So it's no longer a stronghold for Maranello in the top 5. So 2 Ferraris, a Lexus, a Mercedes, and a Bentley.
Yeah, good mix there. Obviously, we're seeing the Ferraris having a very, very strong qualifying session. It remains to be seen how strong that performance is as Bafier goes into 3rd place, the GTR, and Garcia goes into 2nd. The Ferrari domination has been well and truly blown wide apart as we go into the final lap of qualifying. What a lap there from the 122 car, Odox Motorsport of Alberto Garcia, 142.654. Still 3/10 of a second behind the Ferrari of Statsenko, but that was a lap and a half right there, and it now means there's only 2 Ferraris in the top 5 and only 5 Ferraris in the top 10. So real mix of things going on right now as we head into the final lap.
Yeah, I think I saw one of the Ferraris, Fabien Piffet, known as 7, was 2/10 up. But he's lost a chunk of time. That would have been going through the chicane there, unfortunately for him. Now we're off in the ambassador from Renveld and McLaren 720. So Tom Hyatt, 2/10 up. That's going to put him a little bit further up the order. Let's see where it jumps him from 22nd, 12th position behind Daniel Klein. So good running there from that. But wow, Statsenko and Yaz Heat literally have just gone. Yeah, you thought it was a fluke that we got the Season 2 champion title. We're back with a bang. We've gone into something different, and Statsenko just literally nailed that Ferrari to the floor here at Hungary. What a lap. 3.3 tenths ahead of the 122. That's Odox Motorsports, Alberto Garcia. Then you got Jonas Salvalainen from Griffax Engineering. 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. You then had Chris Hartfeld and then Maxime Batifoulier in there. And then Fabien Piffet. Now, I commentated on Fabien Piffet a little while ago, and it was his first ever event on ACC. So the French driver has started, was impressive straight off. He acclimatised straight away. And I think Fabien Piffet and that crew there, and that's the number 66. You've got Dominique Alvarez and Jeremy Lefile in there as well. So that could be another dark horse. So the Lexus and the Nissan are there, the Mercedes is there, the Audi is there, but then you've got to look down at the bottom of the 2 BMWs, Unicorns of Love. Niels Klinkmüller down in 31st, and then the other one, Martin Schumacher, that's the 411 GC Racing and Friends car, down in 34th. Yeah. This 2nd and 7th is less than half a tenth, David.
It is just absolutely wild. Do you know the other bit that really blew me away is the fact that 149 Yaz Heat Microsoft car, not only did they take pole, Alex, but they took pole. When I looked at lap times, they had the lap times 3 different times to take pole position. So on 3 separate laps, they were faster than the entire field. I just cannot get my head around the pace that is in that Ferrari.
They've unlocked something in there, or there's been a little bit of holding back and waiting to strike. And that's what can happen. Going through the qualification stages of any championship here on SimGrid, there's always going to be those little sort of nuances that those drivers will work on, and they'll unlock that pure performance. And when you look at it, that team, you got Mikhail Statsenko, Andrea Capoccia, and Eamon Murphy. 3 very, very good drivers. You've then got to factor in the fact that the Ferrari has been the car of choice in Split 1. 9 cars are representing the prancing horse. That's a big telling point, but they haven't had it all their own way in quali, and the race is going to be a completely different equation altogether.
It certainly is, and remember, this affects the season as well. So while they might have a strong showing at Hungaroring, the next round out might be not so good for them. So again, and we saw that last season as well. We saw some dominant performances from the likes of the Audi, and then the next event, it was absolutely nowhere to be seen. So just bring you up to speed then on what you are about to see in the 3 hours of Hungaroring. Then this is a team event, 3 drivers expected to race for all teams. If any team doesn't have 3 drivers, say 2 drivers, they will get a penalty added on to the end of their time. We've got points awarded for the top 20 of the teams, but I think we are ready to head over to the grid very, very shortly, and we'll give you a rundown of the order. But as it stands, it is the 149 of Yas Heat Microsoft ahead of Odox Motorsport in the 122. They are going to be lining up on the front row. So Alex, behind the scenes, a little bit of jiggery pokery, and the stewards sorting out everything on track to make sure we have a fantastic 3 hours. I mean, this is very, very exciting right now.
It is. I mean, also with regards to the maximum driver times for the 3 hours, I mean, for those wondering about the calendar itself, we've got the 3 hours of Hungaroring today, the 6 hours of Monza on May 29th, the 3 hours of Laguna Seca on June 12th, the 9 hours of Paul Ricard on July 3rd, and then July 24th we head to Misano for the 5th and final race. Yeah. I mean, also we've also got to remember about the fact that there is a 65-minute driver stint limit. So the timer stops when you enter the pit lane and is reset upon exiting the pit lane. So the maximum driver times for this event, if it's a 3-driver crew, of which there are 35 of them, it's 90 minutes maximum driving time per driver. So they could go out for 1 stint, come back in, do the next bit, and off you go. For 2 drivers, it's 135 minutes maximum driver time. And there are no mandatory number of pit stops. So obviously they'll be working their strategy into driver time. And if the 65-minute driver stint limit is exceeded, the game automatically applies a drive-through penalty. And if one driver decides not to take part in this race, it's an automatic 130-second post-race penalty. And that will hurt big time if a particular team, especially a top-ranked team, makes that mistake.
They certainly will. They certainly will. Just thinking back to last season and how some scores really need to be settled, because as we said, it all came down to the wire at Silverstone between Yas Heat and the GTWR racing team. Yas Heat getting the upper hand tonight, but the GTWR racing team of Andrea Benedetti, Chris Hartveld and Thibaut Prost in that Ferrari as well. No slouches. I think they're going to be trying to make for an early charge and try and rip that win from the Yas Heat Microsoft team.
You've also got to consider Jean Alesi Esports Academy, 3rd last year, very, very consistent, not out of the top 6 at all from Imola onwards. So there's good consistency there, and consistency, David, is also how you win a championship. So I don't think it's just Yas Heat, it's going to be GTWR, it's also going to be Jean Alesi Esports Academy. I think this Season 3 title could very, very much be open to a lot more competitors. I mean, Unicorns of Love, we know that when they're firing on all cylinders, they will get going. Greek Souvlaki, down in 8th position last season. Odox Motorsport they had a 2nd place finish at the season opener at Barcelona last time out. So there's quite a lot of teams that I don't think you can really discount, but there are going to be those heavy hitters at the front of the field on Split 1.
There certainly are. And a point you mentioned there, consistency was absolutely going through my head when I was looking at the standings for season 2 of the Endurance Cup here, looking at the top 10, and basically up to about 12th place, with the exception of Coach Dave Academy, the Triple Eight car, and the Greek Souvlaki squad. Every single team in there had a podium. That was their way into the top 10. And the example of Rocket Simsport, they had 1 or 2 DNFs and still managed to get into the contention with that final podium at Silverstone. But by which point, the horse is already bolted, the damage is already done, and the championship is already won. But yeah, very, very much looking forward to this, as we're just a couple of minutes away from going down to the grids and getting underway with our formation lap. 3 hours of Hungaroring away to get underway. Round 1 of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. Again, we have to say a very warm welcome to our brand new sponsor, SimSock. Simsock.com. Head over there to get some of the finest sim racing footwear to make sure you can keep your foot on the pedals at all possible times. Certainly going to help you get those extra tens. But Alex, one final point then, looking back to last season and to this season, what lessons, if any, do you think teams are going to have learned from that championship and will take into this one?
I think it's more a case of it's the consistency, not always going for the move when it presents itself. Sometimes it's best to hold back and then wait, because if the person in front makes a bit of a mistake, you can capitalise. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon, the Endurance Cup. You try telling that to these drivers, it's like sort of trying to teach an old dog new tricks. But it's about learning from the previous season. Is the car that you've decided the right car, the right choice? Has the team started to gel well? What's been the practice? The training schedule. Are they ready for this? And the latter part is the key one. Are they ready? Because we here at the Sim Grid and everyone watching at home on the YouTube channel definitely is.
Yeah, we certainly are. So a small delay in the race start just announced on the chat there, 5 to 10 minutes maximum. This is while the marshals get themselves sorted onto the grid, get the grid aligned and in race order. So perfect chance to head for a quick commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to kick off Season 3 of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. David Christie here alongside Alex Goldschmidt. We are just a couple of minutes away. We've got a very slight delay while the grid gets itself reordered. They let me loose onto the grid and I've put a couple of people in the wrong place, so I do apologise about that. But yeah, this is why I can't have nice things, Alex. I just kind of break everything.
Yeah, you're given a bit of power and you start abusing it already.
Slash ban all.
Yeah, so look, Control Alt Delete. There we go. But yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it's looking like a really, really good season. Just a brief reminder of the schedule that's upcoming here on May. Sprint Cup Season 3 heads to Zolder this coming Thursday, the penultimate round of the season. Super Saturday returns a week's time at the Circuit de Catalunya Barcelona with the V8 Cup, Golden Oldies and Battle of Barcelona. We then head to Monza on May the 10th for more female races by Thrustmaster Rockets at Monza. Then back for the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, the second round of the SimGrid VCO World Cup, qualifying on the 13th of May. And then we go once around the clock, starting on Saturday the 15th for 24 hours. Sprint Cup Season 3 comes to its inevitable conclusion on the 20th of May at Suzuka. And then we have the next round, which will be round 3 of more female races by Thrustmaster Rockets at Spa-Francorchamps. The German Cup makes its return and will head back to the Nürburgring on the 27th of May. And pretty much rounding out the weekend will be the 6 hours of Monza for round 2 of Endurance Cup Season 3 by Thrustmaster.
Just looking at the chat, actually, Epic Sim Racing's made a fantastic point. He says, in the multiplayer online, he's learned to stay last, outrun the carnage, do consistent lap after lap, and you end up on the podium at the end. People make mistakes and battle for places. That's an interesting strategy. I've seen other platforms where things like that can work. I would argue not a chance, in especially in this top split, just purely because maybe 5, 6, 7 drivers might fall down or have accidents and things like that, but you're guaranteed at least 20 to 25 drivers who are going to stay clean, going to stay consistently fast, and they're going to get through. So while it might work on public races, but it's not gonna, I don't think, happen in races of this caliber. So we'll soon see what will happen with that one. We're getting an update from Race Control that the grid is going to be getting underway very, very shortly, in just a couple of minutes more. So gives us a little bit more time to build up the anticipation, Alex, on this season ahead. Now, what you did mention was the calendar that we have got coming up, and it is an absolutely cracking calendar that we've got. We've obviously got Hungaroring today. We've got Monza, 6 hours of Monza. I mean, that is a fast track with these fast drivers. I think we're going to see the elbows out by that stage.
I mean, to be honest with you, with Monza, I think looking at the calendar, you got 2 different types of circuits. Hungaroring, Laguna Seca, and Misano. Very tight, very technical circuits, but also very, very quick in their own respects. But then you look at Monza and Paul Ricard. You've got so much slipstreaming, overtaking opportunities. It's ridiculous, especially down the Mistral Straight at Paul Ricard. I mean, it's one of the longest straights in modern day motorsport on that circuit, and they've got 9 hours of it in early July. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that I always, with GT3 racing, as much as I love Monza and Paul Ricard, the 3 other tracks like Hungaroring, Laguna Seca and Misano, those are the ones that I think, realistically, David, are going to decide the championship, because we're going to come back to this word. There's 2 words, actually. Consistency is the first one we've already talked about. And then there's another one that you've mentioned in previous broadcasts here on the SimGrid, patience.
Yeah, patience is an absolute virtue, but again, great point about the Laguna Seca rounds on the 12th of June, because that is the halfway point in the championship, and we're absolutely pivotal into the mindset that these drivers approach the races with, because we saw it last season as well. By rounds 4 and 5, some very cautious strategies started to come out from the guys and girls that were in the top 10. So definitely by that point, we should have a much clearer idea of who we will be getting going with. So there there you go, confirmation that we are 20 minutes away from the start, 10 minutes away from the start of the formation laps. And then we've got our grid walk coming up in the next 5 minutes as well. So we will be back to track action very, very shortly, as I've kept on saying. But Misano, personally, I love that track. I'd take that every day of the week over Paul Ricard. Never mind doing that track for 9 hours. For me, it's there's nothing wrong with the track. It's those tracks that have like multiple layouts, and it's not very clear where you're going on the track. So I get very, very confused quite easily. Whereas like Laguna Seca, you know where you're going. It's crystal clear, and at Monza, it's crystal clear exactly where you're going.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Ricard's been one of those sort of enigmas, I think, in terms of modern motor racing circuits. Because Paul Ricard was a pastis magnet, and then all of a sudden Bernie Eccleston then decided to buy the circuit as well. But yeah, there's so many different permutations of track layout for Paul Ricard, but yeah, that Mistral straight is going to feel like it's going to go on forever. And when a lot of these, these GT3 cars top out at nearly, between 270 and 280 kilometers an hour, that's like over 1.1 kilometers of straightaway there. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is they'll go like, oh yeah, let's see if I can break the toe off this person. And that's where you're going to see like probably 3-4 cars in a line, and the one at the back is going to get a massive toe and going into the right-hander at the end of that straightaway. That's going to be rather interesting. But I think for pure brutal speed, Monza is that track, where you will have, as anyone might have seen by Battle of the Outcasts, going into the Rettifilio ahead of a 6-hour race. You know that things aren't going to be 100% coming out of the Rettifilio chicane, as we had, the best part of nearly 40 cars going into that chicane on Thursday night. And as you can see, picture in picture, just some of the characteristics of SimSock. You can actually see the grips there on where the toes and the ball of the foot is, and that's quite handy when we saw on the SimSock hot lap earlier on with James Parker how conducive it is. And also the thing is that it gives that cushion, that support, that feel that a driver wants. Okay, it's not a real life racing application, but in terms of sim racing, it's something that has been produced by sim racers for sim racers, and it's so good to have them on board here on the Endurance Cup.
Yeah, and of course it does replicate a lot of those real life feelings, because of course in the real life car you have to wear your FIA approved race boots, and you don't have to have that in a sim. But if you try and wear race boots on your sim, it is quite a clunky affair, and it gives that nice balance between comfort and reliability that we've so often mentioned in the Endurance Cup as well on the build up here. But again, it's just to stress. Also, looking at the pictures there, I think they give you an idea. Being here in Scotland is very, very cold all the time. I love the idea of being cosy, and my feet being quite cosy while I'm actually at the pedals as well. But the other point of that as well is that the technologies that it's got inside the yarns that they use to make the sock actually draws away any moisture from your feet. Like we're human beings, we perspire when we're under pressure and when we're working, and the last thing you want to do is have your feet sliding about all over the place. Your socks take all that up, and you've still got the grips on the bottom of them, and then you're good to go, especially on things like this where you're racing for at least an hour.
Yeah, especially if it's a 2-driver squad, you're going to be racing for quite a bit of time. And as you can see, actually a prime shot there. So the breathable panels will actually help to cool. Moisture is one of the key things that none of us like on our feet at all. And yeah, like you say, you could be braking into a corner, you're probably going into a battle for maybe, say, a top spot, let's say top 3, top 5. You hit the brakes, all of a sudden your foot slides off the pedal and it all goes horribly wrong. Whereas SimSock takes away that stress, keeps that comfort, that convenience, and gives you the opportunity to perform at the highest level. And that's where seeing this kind of technology, and look, it's even got the L and the R on the actual arches. That's how much the attention to detail has really impressed me.
That's handy for someone like me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it just goes to show that the technology, I mean, forgetting all the, the different application when it comes to, your apparatus. Say if you've got your Thrustmaster T300 RS like yourself, Mr. Christie. But apart from like the equipment that you use on your sim, what you're also wearing is actually just as important. You want to be comfortable, but you also want to have something that's going to provide you with that comfort. You're not going to feel overborne with like any additional moisture, like through sweat, because just like in the real life side of things, sim racers do perspire, we do breathe, we are all human beings at the end of the day. And there it is, David. There's the grid.
Oh, what a quality job that was, Alex. Well done, buddy. Well done. Right. We are getting ready to go live on the track, and the cars in their proper order. The war lines have been set. It's the reigning champions, the returning champions. Yaz hate Microsoft in that 149 Ferrari. But they've got a new challenger this time. It's the 122 Odox Motorsport of Alberto Garcia and Gerard Martinez Emer that are on the grid alongside them on the top row. But if they don't have a third driver, they are going to get a penalty. It's in Griphax Motorworks in the 11 of the Mercedes on third place in the that's Salvainen, of course, that's in that car just now. Benedetti in the number 32 GTWR Racing Team number 1. Important to keep an eye out from them. They were second place in the championship last year. It's the 333 Nissan GTR that is on P5. That is, of course, Virtual Drivers by TX3 AAA Esports in that car. It's then the number 66, which is Team Fordzilla Lexus, Fabian Pefet, Dominic Alvarez and Jeremy Lefebvre in that Lexus. Great to see that Lexus up in the top 10. It's Montalbano in the Bentley in the 106. That's Omega E Racing Team. Miato in the Ferrari for the 28 team. That's GTWR Racing Team number 2. The 404 of H3 Racing is on row 5. That's Luke Whitehead alongside Jaroslav Honzig in the 39. That's the Yaz community car. It's the 73 of Dreyer in that Honda on row 6 in 11th place, and then Schneider in the 72 alongside. We've got two Bentleys on row 7 of Berk and Sever in the 26 and the 10. You've got Lindner in the Audi in 15th, Girometti in 16th place. Ogorondikov for the 41. Keep an eye on Lada Sport Rosneft up there in 17th place. Vasily Anufriev in the 68. That's the like and subscribe Ferrari in 18th place. It's the 19th place. It's the 192 of Marco Macri in the Porsche there for Racing Line Motorsport. Then we've got Caruso in the Ferrari, De Oliveira in the Ferrari as well, Sherdakis in the Lamborghini, Uziel in 23rd place. Then 24th is going to be Mikhail, excuse me, it's not Mikhail Statsenko. I was reading off of the pit wall, which is slightly outdated. So we'll get the under 25s shortly in just a second, but that is P1 to P24. And we've got another 15 cars to talk about very, very shortly. But 1 minute and 25 left to go on here. That's a fantastic sight, isn't it, Alex? Seeing all of those cars lined up on the grid, 45 cars in this top split. All hell's going to break loose.
Well, heading down into turn 1, David, you can be rest assured that everyone will have to be they'll be treading on eggshells, and there is the vantage point you could just see. So turn 1 into turn 1A. It's going to be really, really interesting, and also the custom BOP, how that's going to work out, because we all know that when you introduce a custom BOP, that's when things get shaken up, and I mentioned that earlier on in the broadcast, David, because now this is where the talking stops and the driving does the talking for all and sundry. With close to 540 drivers over 4 different splits, 45 teams in each. We've got 44 because we haven't got the 193 Racing Line Motorsport car here. So yeah, it's going to be rather interesting how the field makes its way through into turn 1 for the first time, and then how the strategies unfold over 180 minutes of racing.
So, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You are just in time. Get yourself seated, get yourself some fizzy juice, some coffee, some tea, whatever. Get some snacks in, because this is going to be an awesome, awesome afternoon. 3 hours of Hungaroring is about to get started. We go green flag for the formation lap. David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt here with all of the coverage here on the Sim Grid. If you like what you see, as always, please hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you will keep up to date with all of the stunning, incredible events that we do here at the Sim Grid. And also, if you want to leave us a little like, well, that would be very much appreciated. But the car's heading round here to get things started off on Season 3 of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. A reminder of the main story. Yaz Heat Microsoft, your reigning champions, on pole position ahead of Odox Motorsport. A slight flash out of the blue from the Audi, where we were expecting complete domination in the early stages by Ferrari. It wasn't to be. We have got 5 Ferraris in the top 10, but they are very, very much split out. Beautiful, beautiful sight as the cars trail their way around P1. And if you are supporting a team and you're watching on YouTube, let us know in the chat, who are you supporting today? What drivers are you here for? What teams are you here for? And what do you think is going to be the result for this afternoon? Alex, what do you think we've got coming up in the next 3 hours?
Well, I'm going to go with I don't do this often. I'm going to go with a little bit of a prediction here. I think the 2 teams that will really put the cat amongst the pigeons today, the 333 Nissan and the 66 Lexus, rounding out the top 3 rows.
Oh, that's a bold strategy right there. I think the Lexus is in a very, very good position, but then we also have to have a look at the number 11 car, the Grifax engineering car of Jonas Salvalainen, Sami Kitula and Marcus Peltonen. They have got a very, very strong chance. I'm a big AMG fanboy. I love that car so much, and it's great to see it back in competitive terms. It does seem to have been the Ferrari and the Audis that were still in the limelight, but this Merc really has come back into life with a custom BOP that we see here for round 1. The car's making our way rounds now, just with a couple of corners left to go, and we are getting ready to go green flag. Just very, very briefly, Alex, how important are the next 5-10 minutes?
Very important, and the most important of all, David, is the rolling start. If you get that right, you get the jump on everybody and catch them napping, then you get away into the distance. We've seen that before multiple times here on the Sim Grid, but with the close competitive nature of this 44 team grid, that's going to be rather interesting.
Yep, here we go then. Cars rounding turn 14 for the first time to get going. Mikhail Statsenko is going to lead the cars along just now, and then the 122 of Garcia is going to get going, and we are ready to go racing. Green flag underway, and we are getting ready to go racing. The cars are going to come piling down. Look at this beautiful, beautiful view here into turn 1. Almost 5 cars abreast. It's Statsenko into the middle of the corner there. Runs wide. Oh, we've got a car facing round. That looks like an Audi that is facing the wrong way into the turn 1. But surprisingly, Alex, that was a very, very clean turn 1. Statsenko leads from Garcia.
Yeah, Garcia had it around the outside of Statsenko. Salvalainen up in 3rd place, Benedetti 4th, Batifouli and Piffet round out the top 6 positions, and you can just see as they're coming through what is going to be turn 4 for the first time. And yeah, good getaway from Statsenko. He's got a gap of over nearly half a second over Garcia. Salvalainen, you can see that Jaroslav Honzik is in P10. Luke Whitehead 8th ahead of, and it seems like we've had another off a little bit further down the order. But yeah, getting through turn 1 was very, very crucial. We did have one Audi being spun around. I'm sure we might get a replay of that very, very soon. And there is Honzik as he's closing on Romagnoli in the number 28 GT WR Racing Team car. You can see that Luca Burke now up into 12th position. So on turn 1 it was the number 100, that was the Good Time Racing car, that was the Audi, and then turn 5 it was Sidemax Motorworks, that was Clean Ryan Meenan, Lucas Kreutzer and Michael Kundesioglu. That car was involved in an incident, but already you can see that the slipstream effect is starting to work. And there's a trio of Ferraris behind Giuseppe Montalbano from Omega E in the Bentley, which has become a boatie because it's got 50 kilos of ballast on it.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a bit of a heavy boy for the race today. But on that, I mean, a great point there from Ferrier in the chat there. I mean, how often in sim racing do you see a turn 1 as clean as that, where you have one car that's involved in an incident? And we'll get a replay of that. That was Alexander Raab in the Good Time Racing Audi that was involved in that one. But it looked like it was just a spin onto the inside of the grass, recovers, he's back in the pack again. So again, it's been a very, very straightforward start. However, look at that gap from Mikhail Statsenko in ahead of the 122. Of Garcia. The 111 has had a bit of a moment. That is the DC Sim Racing NL of, I believe that's Menno van der Molen that might be in the car there. There we go. Big damage on that car, and that is going to, oh my goodness, no, look at the way he's having to saw that wheel round the corner there. That is not going to go well. He's going to have to get the car into the pits potentially and get some repairs on that. Looks like very, very difficult day at the races already for the 111. Back to the field as well, and it is just a stream. It's an absolute stream from first to 30th position right now. Cracking start. And yeah, I mean, this is what I love about the SimGrid races, is the discipline that is on show from a lot of these drivers right now. They know the first 5-10 minutes can be absolutely crazy. It's just a case of knuckling down, keeping yourself clean and out of all of the incidents, and taking the chances when we go. As we can see, Sherdakis having a look on the outside there, thinks better of it, of Romain Util in the Bentley. The Bentley's going to the outside of turn 1. But the Lamborghini can't make that happen. In the background there, that was, I think that was Darren King trying to have a look up the inside of Florian Becker for the 912. But it's not happening there. The 912 looking so comfortable down there in 24th. And this is one of those weird races, Alex, isn't it? Where, you know, you could be a car down in P25 to say P34 or something like that. And that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't write you out of the race by any means of the imagination.
No, I mean, especially with the 44 that just had that incident there. Well, that McLaren that had the incident. You know, at the end of it all, if there's an incident in the first 5 to 10 minutes, and that was the 111 with Menno van der Mellen in the McLaren. They've got an opportunity here. They can now look at the strategy again. They'll have to calculate this on the fly. As we're on board with Chris Sever in the number 10 deep purple Audi. No, not Audi, Bentley. My apologies there. He's partnered with Kieran Prendergast and Kevin Niles. He's closing on the 446. That's the SFR Italia car, and that's got Patrick Girometti behind the wheel, and he's got Mirko Ferrari and Michele Perella as his teammates. And that is definitely deep purple on that Bentley right there and then. That's a great little livery.
Certainly is. Looks absolutely fantastic, doesn't it? Great livery on that. The other one that I really like is is the Bentley of Montalbano, the yellow and black one. I think that looks, obviously I'm biased, my yellow and black are my favourite colours, but Montalbano, it just looks the part. And again, another part to talk about is the not the seriousness, but the pride these teams take in this championship and all the championships here at the SimGrid. A lot of these teams have actually got serious backing. They've got serious sponsorship and brand partners that they are partnered up with and need to represent them. And again, it's such a wonderful feeling to be part of that. These teams trying very, very hard to keep their brand partners very, very happy. And it just all adds to the weight and to the legitimacy that sim racing has.
Well, we're going to go to a replay now there. This is turn 1 on the first lap. So that is Alexander Rubb behind the wheel of that car. The SFR Italia actually clashes with Chertolov in the 41 Lada Sport Rosneft car. It was just the slightest of taps. So the Lexus hits the Aston Martin, which then hits the Audi. It's like that domino rally effect. And it's a real shame for Alexander Rubb. It was unfortunate, but that to me looks like a bit of a racing incident because, they're all squabbling. And I don't think that move was an intentional one because, Gianometti might have... I mean, if that's the penalty, that's going to be a little bit harsh, but I think that was a racing incident. Gianometti just went to turn in to go into the apex. Chertolov was there. All of a sudden, Alexander Rubb went, well, I'm going to make it 3 wide. He makes it 3 wide and is the one that ends up with the short end of the stick. So I would say that's possibly, in my eyes, a racing incident. And now we're going to see the incident again, as that's another McLaren that's just coming back onto the circuit. So this is Van der Mellen. And he's whacked the curb. That was going through turn 4, and the back end steps out. So the thing is that whack on the curb can even unsettle suspension components, including shock absorbers. So yeah, but the thing is that could have been maybe for the rundown into turn 1, because as soon as everything concertinas, David, you can get that sort of like punt for punt effect, where someone will brake, then someone will hit them from behind, then the person from behind's coming in at a rate of knots. And I've already just seen that Alberto Garcia in the 122 Audi is looking rather racy at the moment. But yeah, the incident with Van der Mellen, that was as a result of a concertina at turn 1.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's a great spot. I was away to bring that up. Garcia, that gap was 1.9 seconds. It was down to 0.8 of a second, and now it's climbing up very, very slightly. So I wonder if Statsenko has had a little bit of a wobble through the early part of the running here. Great to see back up though, and again opening up that little bit of a gap. But here we go, here's a replay then, and this is, let's have a look on that car, that is the 14, and coming out of turn 14, little tag from the 99 into the wall, they both go. Oh, that's unfortunate, isn't it? That's yeah, I think discretion would have been the better part for the pair of those drivers here. 3-hour race. A move around the outside of turn 14. I don't think either driver are particularly at fault, but yellow flags on the start line, and that is Florian Becker in the 912 that's had some sort of an issue there and was running very, very well, but yeah, no such luck for that car. And yeah, of course, teammates with Robin Pagano and Jarno Kalsch, so yeah, it's not been a great day out for them.
No, but one of the things that I've noticed since quali here, David, the wind has actually dropped to 3 kilometres an hour. Track's jumped up a degree to 24. This is the Darren King train, and he's got Martin Schumacher in the 411 behind, and then Pirelli in the 349. That's the VRM Racing Lexus just behind. Then Nauhoff in the 995 Ambassadors for Renvelden car. So this is, and you can see that there's a bit of a gap between Darren King and the 34 of Giannis Chordakis from the Greek Souvlaki squad in the Lamborghini, who is quite a considerable amount of time up the road, 4.2 seconds. And then you can see between Chertolov and Dyer in the 73, there's a gap emerging between them, as now this is going to be for position. Oh, that's a turnaround, and that is in the barriers. And that was one of the Aston Martins behind. And so, yeah, Florian Becker got a turnaround, and that's at one of the fastest points on the circuit. Not what you want.
What was that I was saying about the legitimacy of sim racing there?
Got to retract that statement.
I know, I'm going to have to go and issue an apology for that one. But I'll tell you something that I don't like is watching those drivers coming on to that accident that was right in front of them at absolute full tilt. There would have been yellows on that part of the course, and quite a lot of them getting caught out there. You see having to dive onto the grass there. So not a big fan of that. But look about here in the Rocket Sim Sports machine in the Bentley, all over the back of Dreyer in that Honda. But Statsenko, this is what I'm interested in, the battle for the lead as well. And truly on that gap now, just 0.2 of a second. We've got a yellow flag out. That is the 71. That is Alexander Karsten that has brought out the yellow flag. Big damage for the XL Racing by Renfelten Orange team, and that is a disastrous start, less than 15 minutes into the start of the race. But here we go for the lead then, and look at Salvalainen in that AMG still holding on, and we've now got 3 cars within 2 seconds of the leader. And Statsenko, I don't believe what I'm seeing here. There's no way that they had that pace and then suddenly it disappears. I wonder if there's some extreme tyre management or fuel management going on from Statsenko right now.
I would imagine that's the case, because you look behind, so it's not just Statsenko, Garcia and Salvalainen. You've also got, look, Benedetti, Battifourlier, Piffet and Montalbano. That is look, that's a 7-way scrap for the lead, even though they might not be in certain positions, like Benedetti being 8.5 tenths behind Salvalainen, but they'll close that up as Fabien Piffet looked rather racy behind Battifourlier in the 333 car, and that's the only Nissan on the that's one of two that's the sole Nissan, sole Godzilla, and it's looking to make a killing up in front, because if Battifourlier can close onto Benedetti, we have seen it where Benedetti's had those slight unforced errors before. So, as I say, Battifourlier and Piffet are the 2 dark horses. They're keeping in touch, and Battifourlier is less than 0.3 of a second behind Benedetti in 4th. Just wait for the pins on the grenades to be pulled, David, and I'm sure that we're about to hit, close to 14 minutes completed. Now the gloves will start going off.
Oh, the gloves and the grenades are going to start going off, because this is shaping up to be a 7-car scrap for the lead. I don't think we've had that actually in any of the previous seasons of the Endurance Cup. Certainly, we've maybe had it for the opening couple of laps, but with it all bunching together like this, and the way that Statsenko he'll eke out the gap over maybe Sector 3, and it's Sector 2, but he seems to lose all the time. It just makes me think that this is a controlled affair. He knows what he's doing right now. Could be completely wrong on that one. It could be that we are actually seeing this all unfold in front of our very eyes, but this is starting to get a little bit exciting right now. 15 minutes gone in the race. It feels like so much more. Okay, that changes things. Statsenko very wide on the exit of turn 1 there, through turn 2A and then into turn 3. Yeah, Statsenko's starting to look a little bit ropey right now in the car, but look at Benedetti. That call you made about unforced errors, yep, that's going to come to the forefront right now, because look at the pressure that he's getting put under right now from Battifourlier, Piffet and Montalbano. Do love that livery on that. I'm going to say that again right now on that 106, but Battifourlier all over the back of Benedetti right now, and that's allowing that group of 3 cars at the front to get going.
Yeah, I mean, Battifourlier he's not, I mean, he's like literally one of those pesky Yorkshire Terriers that keeps nipping at your heels. He won't go away until the job's done. And you can now see that Benedetti's fighting back under that pressure. The gap started extended as they go through turn 11. So now, but Fabien Piffet looking rather smooth and consistent in that Lexus. Montalbano's, I mean, out of all the cars, okay, look at it this way, David. The Ferrari and the Bentley, they all have 50 kilos of ballast. And this is where it's all playing out. This custom BOP has changed the dynamic of Endurance Cup, I think, in the right way, because you can't separate them for trying. And look, Luke Whitehead, and then you've got Romagnoli and Honzik. They are starting to close. That gap is coming down.
Well, this is getting a bit interesting. Look at Benedetti though, Battifourlier. Yeah, but the gap between Piffet and Montalbano as well, that's two separate battles going on right now. But yeah, this is awesome stuff as our live timing updates. Fastest man on track right now, Alberto Garcia, that last time round, 142.726, just 0.5 of a second behind your race leader, but closing all the time. What a scrap we've got going on. And ladies and gentlemen, if this is just the first half hour, can you imagine what's going to unfold over the next 2 hours and 43 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the top 7 at the moment, just covered by just under 4.5 seconds. Garcia is closing, and I think Statsenko now realises that he's got a fight on his hands, and that Audi has half the ballast. And what's the biggest thing here also? The fact that I think, if memory serves me correctly, I think the Ferrari and the Audi are quite comparable on weight. But I think one of the reasons why the Ferrari is staying ahead at the moment is because of the amount of torque. It's got over 150 Newton meters more at its displacement than the Audi. But with the weight ballast playing into their hands at Odox Motorsport, Garcia knows that he can strike, and he's now going to start. Look, he started flashing the front lights at Statsenko to say, "Hello, remember me? I'm back again." And that gap is less than less than a car length going through T1. Garcia is teeing up Statsenko for the overtake for the lead.
This is happening this lap, absolutely guaranteed. Garcia is faster, as you pointed out, in the corners because the extra weight on that Ferrari really hampering it. But as soon as it can put its foot down, that's when the Ferrari roars into life. The prancing horse comes into its own and starts stretching at that gap. Look at it going there. It's the Audi that tries to get it through the corners, through the sweeps and turns, but it's just not happening right now. It's only as they come through the likes of turn 8, turn 9, turn 10, that fast left, right, left section, that he's going to be able to actually make an impact here. It's one thing, and you've said this on many a time, Alex, it's one thing catching up to the car in front, but it's a completely different kettle of fish trying to actually get past it. But that Ferrari is really struggling with that ballast, I think, right now, on the exit of corners specifically.
Yeah, very much the case, but the patience, this is what we're seeing from Garcia. His patience. He's cooler than a cucumber in a fridge at the moment, is Garcia. He's just waiting. He's got the ringside seat. He doesn't need to push like crazy, because what are we now? Close to 19 minutes completed in this race. Garcia has this opportunity by the scruff of the neck, and he's not going to waste it. No, he's not going to waste it, because you try and send it up the inside, because now, on this long start-finish straight, the Ferrari has the legs on the Audi, but what Statsenko does not want to do is to put 2 wheels on the grass like he did just there.
Yeah, certainly didn't. And exactly the same lap times last time round, 144.133 for both drivers. So one thing I'm going to be very, very interested in is the fact that because Garcia for Odox Motorsport is pushing this Ferrari as much as he can, look right on to the back bumper of Statsenko, literally all over him like a rash right now. And here's the point. Garcia is pushing Statsenko so hard in a car that's got 50 kilos of ballast on it. That is going to hurt the tyres an immeasurable amount, and patience is going to be absolutely key, because he can just keep hounding, and Statsenko's tyres are going to go so much quicker than Garcia's. That's the theory anyway. Whether it pans out, we've got another 40 minutes to wait and see. Meanwhile, this is Maxime Batifuye for Virtual Drivers by TX33A, just trying to fend off Piffet and Montalbano. That fight with Benedetti is kind of extinguished for just now. Benedetti getting a clear bit of breathing space, in fact starting to break away in that Ferrari to try and hunt down Salvalainen, who is 2.6 seconds ahead in that Mercedes, in that AMG. And because Batifuye's mirrors are all full of Piffet and Montalbano right now, it's that whole driver that typical cliche of trying to look forward but not being able to take your eyes away off of what is in your mirrors. Gap at the front stabilised and extended for Statsenko over Garcia. And with only 20 minutes gone, I can't see tyres being an issue, but we're already starting to drop lap times down. by about half a second to a second, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, a very good point raised by Thomas Behar in the YouTube chat. Racing for the lead isn't important at this point in the race. Completely agree with that. Garcia can save fuel whilst being behind, especially if he's in the tow of Statsenko, whilst forcing Statsenko to abuse those tyres. A very, very good point, because when you look at it, in terms of the application of the ballast, all right, the Audi R8 LMS Evo that Garcia has 1,000, is with the ballast is 1,270, very close going through into turn 5 there under braking. So that car is 1,270 kilos. The Ferrari with 50 kilos, David, is 1,320 kilos. There is that's an 85 kilo ballast advantage in terms of weight for the Audi. And what's more, they're both mid-engined, rear-wheel drive, and you look at it from this perspective, sometimes with turbocharged engines you get that little bit of lag, even if it's with twin turbos, but the Audi is naturally aspirated. So is the Mercedes. So the Mercedes and the Audi, they have a little bit of an advantage here. And I'm looking at the Mercedes. Now, the Mercedes itself has 40 kilos of ballast. And when you look at it, the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo is at 1,325 kilos. That's 5 kilos more than the Ferrari that Statsenko is driving, but yet Salvalainen is quicker than the two in front.
Yeah, certainly is, and looking so good. But I tell you what, Garcia now has to watch his mirrors, because look at Jesse Salvalainen for that Graphics Engineering number 11 AMG, looking so menacing in that jet black car. You get a feeling that it is only a matter of time. And I tell you what, if Salvalainen can get past him, there's nothing stopping him getting right onto the back of Statsenko. Statsenko not able to break away massively. That gap's still just 0.6 of a second. A great chance for these cars to get going. But this is on the back of Alberto Garcia in the 122 Odox Motorsport car. Again, these two locked in their own little battle right now, and just having a look further down the field. Amazing footage here. As always, we have to say a huge thank you to our production team behind the scenes of Mike Yao and Michael Hamlet, who really play an integral part in these broadcasts. This is Jaroslav Honzig for the Yaz Heat team, currently down in P10, and we were expecting to see those Ferraris making their way up. We all heard about how dominant the Ferraris, how OP the Ferraris were, and yet it's just not happened. They're stuck in that same position, 8th, 9th and 10th, and again it's all about playing that long game, playing perhaps until the final hour and then pushing it through.
Yeah, multiple cars actually under investigation here, David. The number 7 Mercedes, that's virtual drivers by TX3 number 7. The 888, that's the Darren King, James Parker and Jan Willem van Ommen car. They're also under investigation. The 446, SFR Italia. The 99, that's Lutz Motorsport. The 26, Zancho Simsport car with Luca Beck behind the wheel under investigation. And ambassadors for Ren Welton, the 995 McLaren 720S. And it looks like we've also got a couple of others as well. The 34 Greek Souvlaki squad and the Kings of Asphalt Maxon Oil 35 Ferrari. So that is 8 cars currently under investigation.
You get an investigation. You get an investigation. You get an investigation. It feels that way, doesn't it? There's like 8 cars to 10 cars under investigation right now. I don't envy Race Control's job on a start like this, because there's some penalties I'm hearing pending, but again, we'll hear what Race Control has to say. But I'm actually a little bit surprised by that, because we've seen some obvious incidents, relatively minor, but in the grand scheme of things, I'm liking where this is going. 25 minutes gone, and this has been an absolute, what we call up here in Scotland, an absolute belter of a race.
I mean, to be honest with you, the instance that we've actually seen is like the slightest of contact. And we always see that with regards to, like, say, the slightest of touches, it can unsettle any car. And especially when it's a rear-wheel drive vehicle. It doesn't matter whether it's mid-engine, front-engine, turbocharged, naturally aspirated. It doesn't matter. The slightest touch from one door panel or a wing to a rear quarter panel can unsettle a car. And especially when you're turning into a corner, as Fabien Piffet outbrakes himself and nearly hits the back of Batifoglier. Nearly went into the back of Batifoglier, and that nearly allowed Montalbano in the 106 Omega E Racing Bentley to go up the inside through turn 1. That was very close, because you could just see how close Batifoglier and Benedetti are, and on the last lap they set exactly the same lap time, 1 minute 44.283 on the completion of lap 15. And looks like Batifoglier has been told by the team, right, if you want to get past him, you need to do it ASAP and get. And you can see that Benedetti, another unforced error for the 32, and that was going through into turn 5. So Maxime Batifoglier does have an opportunity, and one of the other things is that it looks like, I'm just keeping an eye, looks like the leaders are about to catch the 912. The GTR RC Endurance team, they're coming out of turn 11 and heading down to turn 12, and again Benedetti trying to maximise the opportunity of defending against Batifoglier, but Batifoglier is completely hell-bent on getting past, and I think he could get the run if he nails the apex through turn 14. Maxime Batifoglier and possibly Fabien Piffet might get past Andrea Benedetti.
Yep, coming out of turn 14 just now, and this is an epic scrap we've got. We're only half an hour into our first race of the new season. We've got a car into the pits, that's the number 71. That has been a disastrous day for Alexander Karsten, and I wonder if that's either a retiral or if they're getting some major damage. We've seen quite a few yellow flags as Batifoglier late onto the brakes here, and this is starting to get really nail-biting. Great spot from our chat there, and from yourself, Alex, pointing out that the leader's coming up to the back marker of the 912. That is Florian Becker, who is another one that's had a day to forget in the Porsche, but a big groan there in the background as the cars come very close to contact, but this is back with the leaders then. Garcia right back on the tail of Mikhail Statsenko. The Audi getting a little bit new lease of life in the tyres. Back to this battle though for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, and oh my goodness, I don't even know which way to look right now, because not only have you got that, but you've also got behind them, you've got Romagnoli and Honzig duking it out for 9th and 10th place as well. Batifoglier thinks better of it. Maxime calms down the car a little bit, goes to regroup, and again Benedetti allowed a little bit of breathing room, and that means that Piffet and Montalbano breathing down the neck of Batifoglier.
Yeah, also we've got another car under investigation, the 96 of Simax Motorworks. Now, where are they currently in the running order of things? This has just been absolute bedlam of trying to find out where, and that's got Lukas Kreutzer behind the wheel. Looks like they're down in around about 33rd position. Yeah, but Maxime Batifoglier had an opportunity that was literally handed to him on a silver platter, courtesy of Andrea Benedetti, but Benedetti's got back out in front and is now going to use that extreme amount of torque, as there's Shevardatelov closing on Gianometti, and they've got Batifoglier round towards the outside of Benedetti through turn 1. Oh my goodness, that grenade has been pulled, the pin has been pulled on it, and Batifoglier again looking up the inside of Benedetti, Piffet looking around the outside of the Nissan through turn 2. Oh my goodness me, now the hurry-ups are starting to happen, because I think that the teammates from these drivers are saying, right, you got a chance to pass, we're now half an hour in, you now need to make a move, come on, get with it and get cracking.
Yeah, they certainly do. And have a look in the background there as well. The lone car of Luke Whitehead in the 404 H3 Racing now onto the back of that group as well. And he's also bringing Romagnoli and Honzig up to make this an almighty scrap for 4th place. And that's exactly what this is. This is almost a 9-car battle for 4th place. Right, penalties coming in thick and fast then. We've got a drive through to car 995 for avoidable contact. That's because of the incident between the 934 and 995. on lap 2. That is, of course, 934's the virtual drivers by TX3. That is, I believe that's Boris Desprez that might be in that one, and the ambassadors for Renvelt in 995. That is Eunice van der Ruijten. That is, I believe, behind the wheel of that car. So a drive-through for the ambassadors for Renvelten car. 68 and 26 on lap 2. It's a 5-second time penalty for the 26 car. That says Ancho Simsport of Luca Berg on for the contact on the 68. Like and subscribe. That'll be Vasilia Nufre if it's in that car. And then drive-through for car 99 on lap 2 for the incident between 14 and 99, but we'll come back to that in a second. Yaroslav Shevratov up the inside of the 446 of Girometti, gets that move done. That was wonderful stuff, and that means that the 446 now under pressure there from Sever. Beautiful stuff, and what a race we have got going all through the field right now, Alex.
Yeah, we've still got another 6 cars being investigated at the moment. But the drive-through penalty, that was the 99 Lutz Motorsport car, and that was on the Unicorns of Love when Unicorns decided to send it round the outside as we go on board with Giuseppe Montalbano. So you can now see Fabien Piffet just up ahead, and in the rearview mirror there is Luke Whitehead in the 404. Not only has he got Sprint Cup teammate Hamarda Erquizi, and they go into the penultimate round in the lead. They've got Redouane Messaoud, who has been winning, he's won a couple of championships on the Assetto Corsa Competizione, a couple of sprint series on this platform. So we'll get an idea of what Messaoud will bring to the H3 table. But still, as you can see, going through into turn 13, and still getting rather close between Benedetti, Battifoulier and Piffet. And Piffet looking for an opportunity to get past the Nissan. At the moment, not happening quite yet. Montalbano he's a little bit further away from this battle than he probably would like, around about 0.6 of a second, as now they hurtle their way. Benedetti instantly on the defensive into T1. Battifoulier looking to get the cutback through turn 1. That's slightly opening the door for Fabien Piffet on that particular occasion. No one able to make any opportunities. Oh, but Battifoulier again looks up the inside of turn 2. Piffet trying to shoehorn it around the outside through turn 2, but can't get that done to try and get the cut through into turn 3. And there is Luke Whitehead. Gap was, look at that, 0.404. That's quite typical, especially when his race number's 0.404 there. But Luke Whitehead definitely factoring in now, because whilst this quartet are battling, Luke Whitehead, David's going to make it a quintet.
Oh my goodness me, this is just crazy stuff. Benedetti really holding up everyone here, and I use that in the nicest possible sense, because 0.4 of a sec he's losing out to the top 3 of Statsenko, Garcia and Savlainen. Oh my goodness me, this is going to come to a head very shortly, because Battifoulier, I think his patience is going to run out. If not, Piffet, Montalbano or Whitehead just might try and absolutely send it. But don't think out of Romagnoli and Honzig catching up to that little battle as well, if that pace keeps going. Just had our first retirement of the race. I believe that is going to be, as I said, the number 71. That is, it's shown as Jean-Luc Gantz in the car, but that was Alexander Karsten that was in before.
Yeah, that's a real shame for the Excel Racing by Renvelt and Orange Crew. Jean-Luc Gantz, known here on SimGrid, he's raced in multiple one-off events and also in championships, so a real shame. We're down to 43 teams. Battifoulier again looking to go up the inside of Benedetti, and Fabien Piffet closes on the braking side. Oh, now did he get a turnaround or did he hit the curb? Fabien Piffet gets a little bit of a tap from Montalbano. I'm not too sure if there was an initial contact. So Piffet now has dropped behind Luca Burke. So now that's the Yaz Heat community car. So Honzik's off. Honzik's gone off the track. And that was a Lexus and a respective Ferrari in 2 different points on the circuit. Statsenko still leading on lap 21, but Garcia now realises if he's got to get past him, he's got to do it in the next couple of laps. I think Garcia now needs to go to town on Statsenko and force a mistake from the 149, but the defending champions will not give that lead up easily.
Yeah, they know exactly what they're doing and how to do it, where to place that car, and exactly what way to place that car. Great to see that they managed to get through the 912, our first back marker of the afternoon. That is Florian Becker in the Porsche with no issues whatsoever, already down behind Silverline, so they've navigated that. That's going to have closed up the gap very slightly between Alberto Garcia for Odox Motorsport and the Yaz Heat Microsoft car up in the lead. But it's been a cracking start to the race. Stasienko is an absolute sponge right now in terms of the stress and the pressure that he is absorbing. Alberto Garcia throwing pots, pans, and literally the kitchen sink at your leader right now, and absolutely nothing is holding on.
Yeah, still lots to play for at the moment, but yeah, the biggest thing is that with Fabien Piffet is now maybe 4 seconds behind Luca Burke, who will have a 5-second penalty in the pit stop before the car gets worked on, as Girometti gets rather up close and personal to the 41 Lada Sport Rosneft Aston Martin V8 Vantage of Yaroslav Shertolov. As we're now going to go to the replay, this will be for Piffet, so you can now see that they hustle their way down the start-finish straight into T1. So again, Batifuye looking towards the inside. So Benedetti goes defensive. Batifuye tries to go up the inside. Now Piffet gets a tag from behind, and then Whitehead has nowhere to go, hits Montalbano from behind, and then there's the secondary impact. So that to me says that there could be a possible slam dunk penalty coming for Omega E Racing and Giuseppe Montalbano, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's not looking great. There was a pretty clear-cut case with that one. It's just poor situational awareness. You can see the two cars are fighting up ahead, and it's that concertina effect. The cars just snake up and catch onto each other. Here's another replay then. This is 2 by 2. They come through down into turn number 3. 3 into 1's never going to go. And I've got to be honest, Honzig was looking very, very loose on the entry to that corner anyway. So I'm not really sure how that's going to have affected it, but the car's back into position on the track, and we were seeing there Shvertolov for the number 41 Lada Sport Rosneft team doing a decent job of keeping that Aston Martin near and within shouting distance of the top 10.
Yeah, I think also, this is a subject that we've touched on previously, I mean, especially with more female racers by Thrustmaster Rockets, that these penalties are to assist the drivers to learn. Because no driver's perfect at all, are they, David? It's more a case of, okay, well, I'll learn from that, I'll know for next time. And that's the whole point of a penalty system. If you don't learn from it, what's the point in carrying on doing what you're doing?
Well, that's a great point, and I think that if the drivers didn't learn from their mistakes, we would be seeing penalties after penalties after penalties after penalties. But what you have to remember is what's slightly different with here is, whereas say more female racers by Thrustmaster Rockets, we've got a very wide range of skill levels, pace and ability all squeezed into the one grid. Right here, you're at the cutthroat, top edge, cream of the crop. This is like the best of the best here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. And you know, the margins for error are non-existent. If you make an error, you know, you're almost certainly out of the top 10, which is frightening to think in sim racing terms. But it absolutely is a learning experience, and what you'll have is they've got a team around them to support, and also a lot of these guys and girls, they're all friends with each other. You know, even in the Discord, they'll be having banter, they'll be having laughs about incidents or accidents, because, you know, 99% of people, they all know that these incidents and accidents aren't deliberate, they're not malicious, they're accidents. They've happened because a driver has made mistakes. So for the most part, a little bit of sympathy, a little bit of empathy, and a little bit of light-hearted joshing as well.
Yeah, Benedetti again being pressurised. Batifuyo's like that pesky little Yorkshire Terrier nipping at your heels. He's not going away, and we're now 40 minutes in, so 25 minutes, just under 25 minutes until the first stint times, the first of the 65-minute allocated split stint times come to an end. But you can see now that Nissan has really got a good run of pace coming out of turn 4. And look, Batifuyo is trying to do the old Nigel Mansell dummy on Andrea Benedetti, and Benedetti is soaking up the pressure like a sponge.
Yeah, been doing a fantastic job of soaking all that pressure up. I've got to be honest, I'm distracted by this battle for the lead. Statsenko has done an absolute masterclass in controlling the pace right now, because Garcia might have the pace to match him, but he has not once for the past 40 minutes looked in a position to try and make the move and make that stick on Statsenko. Statsenko doing everything he can to keep that car in the lead and do it in a controlled way that keeps the most in that car, keeps the life in the car, keeps the fuel there, keeps the tyres there for when he absolutely needs it. Great drive right now, but it's all back to this battle now for 7th place, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th.
Right, well, I've just seen that the Triple Eight has just been handed a stop-go 30. That's rather interesting, as Girometti is getting a drive-through penalty, so the penalty's starting to come in thick and fast. And that's Girometti, that was the 446, there we go, that was the incident between, so two penalties coming. Drive-through for the 446, that is SFR Italia. That's with Girometti behind the wheel, and that was the avoidable contact with the 100 of Good Time Racing going into turn 1, and then there is a stop-go 30, and it's for the 888. That's with Darren King behind the wheel, and that's for avoidable contact with the GTRC endurance team. That was the car that was involved when Florian Becker got turned around on the start-finish straight, David.
Yeah, and that's pretty much destroyed the race because they're already a lap down. Severe damage to the car, and it's been a day to forget for the 912 outfit of Jarno Kausch, Robin Pagaro and Florian Becker. It's a shame to say these things happen. Penalties handed out, that's it, it's done and dusted. There's no more to be said really on the subject. But again, it just shows how big an effect that these penalties can have on the race. This is back to the battle for 4th place then, Andrea Benedetti in that Ferrari. I mean, despite all the ragged lines that he's been putting through this first stint, Latifi, he's not really looked convincing in terms of getting past. If he was going to make that move stick, you would have thought he'd already have it done by now. Martin Schumacher for Wagenhorst Motorsport in 21st place, hunting down the Bentley right now of Utrell in the 367. But again, that BMW, we weren't sure how pace-wise it was going to go today. It's not a bad position to be in with 2.25 hours to go, just outside the top 20.
Yeah, and Schumacher's been running in the 145.5s. There's Antoine Fleury in the number 18 Team Fordzilla APM Mercedes. Looks like we've got a few more. The investigations are still ongoing, David. We've got the 911 under investigation. We've got the 106 under investigation. That's Omega E. So that will be for the earlier incident. That will be involving Fabien Piffet, I'm sure of. 34 Greek Souvlaki under investigation, and the 166 of VitoSimRacing.de. And penalty has, well, we've had information about the incident on lap 5 involving virtual drivers by TX3 number 7, which is the trio of Heno, Le Henaf and Chassé. No further action taken by race control. So yeah, still 7 investigations ongoing, and we are now close to, well, literally seconds away from 45 minutes of this race. There is Leipert Esports Marcus Eichhorn in the 53 trying to close in on Niels van der Kekelt in the 192 Porsche. He's partnered with Marco Macri and Galin Dimov in the Porsche 911. Machinery that we don't normally see Niels in. We normally see him either in a Ferrari or a McLaren, especially with Sprint Cup, where he's been partnered with George Boothby.
Very fast driver though, and again it looks a little bit weird seeing him or his name next to the Porsche logo, but exceptionally fast driver. A decent first stint, still just outside the top 30, and I'm sure be making some big gains if possible, in the next 20 minutes or so. Back to your hunt for the lead. Just thinking about the number of drivers under investigation from race control, I've got to be honest, Alex, I think our chat is going to have to step in and help here by offering to make some teas for some cups of tea for race control, because it's going to be a long afternoon for them with those investigations, and that'll be from the first 10 laps alone, because we're on lap 26. Oh, and your leader makes a little bit of a wobble there, Stasenko, and that car is looking decidedly ragged with 2 hours 15 left to go, and it goes from calm to DEFCON 1 in the blink of an eye. He gets away with it, but my goodness me, I'm wondering if cracks are starting to show in that Ferrari right now, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that with a heavier fuel load, even with the ballast on it, that's going to put that car a bit more into the tarmac. It's going to make it hunker down, it's going to make it lower, it's also going to give those 4 contact patches, known as tyres, the proper adhesion. But when you get into this where again, you could just see, look at Statsenko. He had to literally cut across the front of Garcia with enough room to keep that lead. But now Garcia senses it. Now he sees that window of opportunity is coming back to him. He hasn't fought with Statsenko significantly. And now you can see as they go into T1 on the brakes, both taking about the same amount of curb, Salvolainen keeping with them. And what's more, Salvolainen has been staying where he is. And both Statsenko and Garcia, same lap time last time round. Salvolainen, over 0.3 quicker. So you can see now that the Audi is being the challenger to the Ferrari of Statsenko. But Salvolainen has got the ringside seat and is waiting, because he knows that the minute that Garcia gets a run on Statsenko, which could start happening going through the right-hander at turn 11, that is where Salvolainen will position the Mercedes in the right place possible and be at the right place at the right time to strike when the opportunity is there and it presents itself for all and sundry to see.
Yeah, it's go time right now. 10 minutes left to go in the stints. Well, technically 15. The drivers having that 65-minute stint time on them, but I think we're going to see in the next 10 minutes cars starting to come in. But you're absolutely right, Salvolainen is absolutely chomping at the bit, and here goes Garcia. He's on the tail. This is down through into turns 13, and then they're on the run up the hill to turn 14. Salvolainen back onto the back of the Audi as well. It's a 3-car train with just 10 minutes left to go in this stint. These drivers are going to be absolutely knocking lumps out of each other. Oh my goodness me, this is going to be spectacular as we run into the pit stops very, very shortly indeed. What a way to get the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster Season 3 kicked off here at Hungaroring. This is awesome stuff. Late onto the brakes, as late as he dared, is Salvolainen onto the back then of Garcia. But Garcia again just starting to drift away a tiny little fraction from Statsenko. Statsenko having to take such a wide line, missing the apex. He needs to get one of the GPSs out to find where the apex is on that corner number 3, because he is miles away from it. Garcia able to take so much more speed out. Again, as soon as that Ferrari can put its foot down, it's absolutely off like a stabbed rat and into the right-hander here. Garcia, this is where he starts to make his time. And watch Statsenko, 2 cars in front here. Over the curbs, he takes too much curbs every single time, upsets the car, and that's what allows the Audi to get the pace out of this corner and catch right back up. There he goes already, and it's a case of he can catch up, but can he get past?
Yeah, it's a case of not if, it's a case of when that will happen. But it looks like Jesse Kalpinen has got the pom-poms out for his teammate, the Griffax. Those two running in Sprint Cup Season 3 together, and they took a P3 last time out, as again Garcia gets so close under brakes going through turn 12. But Salvolainen now has to wait, has to bide his time. Looks like there's been an incident involving the 28, and that is GTWR Racing Team 2, the Ferrari of Michael Romagnoni, as the leaders come out of turn 14. Wide again for Statsenko, Garcia and Salvolainen. They were just under 7/10 apart last time around. Make that just under 6/10 as Garcia looks towards the inside. Is he going to go for the move? He's got the opportunity. Tight on the apex through T1. Oh, Statsenko gets turned by Salvolainen, but Garcia strikes at the right place at the right time. Onto the lead on lap 30.
Oh, I'm absolutely gutted for Salvolainen. He had that move. He was going to make that move stick. He had the pace. Statsenko was absolutely compromised going into turn one. Unfortunately, they touched. I think Salvolainen should have handed that place back to try and keep the race control happy. He's just done it. Good, man. That is exactly what we want to see. Hands the place back. And yeah, race control, I think that's going to placate them a little bit. Still might be something, a bit of a wrist slap coming his way. But he just needs to knuckle down, get on with it. He knows he's got the pace to get past, but that was huge from Garcia. 29 laps of all that pressure, and Statsenko finally cracks under it, and that is a big gap that he's got, 2.5 seconds. What has Statsenko got in the bag? I've got to be honest, I think Statsenko's going to start falling very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, what Yaz Heat need to do is get that car into the pits, stat. And then hand over, because you know Statsenko's done quali and he's now done the first stint. What he's got to do is he's got to hand that thing over to one of his teammates. So that'll either be Capoccia or Murphy. So whoever's going to be the next one that's ready and raring to go to put some miles on that Ferrari and get back up there quickly, because now Garcia has a lead of over 2.6 seconds over Statsenko, with just over 52.25 minutes still to go. And still, Batifuye still trying to close on Benedetti. And Benedetti has now got nearly a half-second advantage, considering the fact that these cars, I mean, the Ferrari has got 1,320 kilos in its fully ballasted state. We're going to go to a replay here. So this is Salvolainen. We're going to ride on board with the Griffax engineering car. So you can see now, Garcia's just teeing up the move that he's waited for well over half an hour to do. Up the inside, Benedetti gives, Statsenko gives him room, turns in, and Salvolainen, that was a bit of a bump to pass, but the thing was is that Salvolainen went for the move. He saw that there was a window of opportunity, and if you go for that kind of gap, it's going to be always a 50-50 on that front. So Statsenko was actually ahead. I'd like to see a side-on view on how far alongside Salvolainen was on Statsenko, because if he wasn't half a car length ahead alongside, that could be the difference between race control giving them a penalty.
Yeah, I mean, my opinion of that, I think because he handed that place back, I think it's going to be judged as a racing incident, and they'll, I hope anyway, they're allowed to keep on racing. It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because Salvolainen clearly saw the gap was there because Garcia had compromised Statsenko so much. Here we go again with another replay here up the inside. So you can see that Statsenko was compromised then, and he decides to fire it up the inside. Yeah, he's not even up towards the tail of the car there. So the contact is clearly Salvolainen's fault, but I mean, I just don't think it's... Again, if he gets penalty from it, I think it's going to be a very, very strict penalty. We've got a couple of informations on the incidents under investigation. On lap 13, incident between the 192 and 35. That is the King's Vast fault, Max on oil, and the Racing Line Motorsport 192 car. No further action, and the same car in the 30 against the 34 car, that's a Greek Souvlaki squad. No further action on that one. So 2:05 left to go. Now we're going to start seeing some pit stops coming in. We've already seen one. We saw Tom Rayer come in for XL Racing by Renvelt and Red to swap over to Scheider. But I think the next 2 laps we're going to start seeing some big action in pit lane. And here we go already. Jonas Salvolainen back on to the tail of Statsenko, and that is a car behind him not to worry about. That is the 3:49, a lap down of VRM Racing of I believe that may be Alexis Pirelli that's in that car just now.
Yeah, so I mean we've got just under 10 minutes for the maximum stint time allowed, which is 65 minutes per driver. And now Martin Schumacher closing on Util, and they are battling away over what is 18th. There's Salvalainen up the inside. That's through turn 13. So Salvalainen finally got the opportunity he needed. And then Statsenko straight into the pits. I think he just gave up the position, let Salvalainen go past. He's come in, and that was just under 56 minutes. So Statsenko, if he had done, he could have gone for maybe another 3 laps. Luke Whitehead pitting. Now, this is a telling sign here, David. So this is slightly earlier than the 65-minute stint time. So does that show that there is a slight chink in the Ferrari's armour with that 50 kilos of ballast? I think those tyres might be overcooked.
I think it is, but I don't think it's a Ferrari issue. I think it's an issue with the 2 Ferraris, those 2 specific Ferraris, where Whitehead and Statsenko have been really harassing that car to within an inch of its life. They've been forced to absolutely drive the bejesus out of that car, and those tyres are so hot. As we see the Ferrari up into the pits. This is Le Région for Virtual Drivers by TX3, and then back to his teammate, sister car of Maxime Batifouet in the 333 Virtual Drivers by TX3. Benedetti, I think, is another driver like that. Think of the past 30 laps, he's been under constant pressure and really having to drive to everything it can in that Ferrari. His tyres must also be almost goosed in that thing as well. And when you do, you notice the time going off as well. They're into the low 145s. So again, get yourself in, get some clean tyres on, get back out there. You've got the driver's stint to allow for that. Oh, and that was Shevritilov getting very, very close in that 41 Lada Sport Rosneft to the back of Jaroslav Honzig, and Sever at the back there as well. But this is it now. This is key strategy time. This is 3000 IQ, big brain time. Can you possibly get the moves done as we see Honzig into the pits?
Yeah, that now unlocks Shevritilov and Sever. And that's going to put Luca Burke and Fabien Piffet more than likely to complete the top 10, as Romain Util still battling away with Martin Schumacher. Schumacher is in the 411, one of 2 BMWs. And if I'm completely honest here, David, it has been a solid performance by the 411 car, but then looking at this, it's been a real disaster for Unicorns of Love with Niels Klinkmüller down in 42nd position. And now Benedetti's pulled it into the pit, and that's with 58 and a quarter minutes on the clock gone. So I would say that between the first hour and hour and 5 minutes is when we are going to see a complete raft of pit stops, and it's going to be absolute carnage in the pit lane.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's starting to get to that moment where everything's coming to a head. We get these little moments that the endurance races certainly tend to follow these patterns. You'll get 20-25 minutes of cool, calm, collected racing, just everybody doing their own laps, and then for some reason 5-10 minutes all hell breaks loose, cars going off left, right and centre, contact everywhere. It is bizarre how it happens, but it seems to follow that every single time. So we're now we're just off of one of those periods of calm. Now we're starting to see a little bit of action all throughout the track, and we'll start to see some real issues happening throughout the field. But 2 hours left to go in the race. Giuseppe Montalbano round into the pits, but Jesse Salvalainen in that number 11 car into the pits, and that hands the lead to Garcia. He has to absolutely get that car lit up and undergoing, and just to confirm, the number 11 car under investigation.
Yeah, so there's Maxime Batifoulier in the 333 Nissan Virtual Drivers by TX33A. Now currently in what is going to be P2, and also, just had it confirmed that Unisalvalainen and Griffiths Engineering are currently under investigation by Race Control. So Garcia will probably do, he's running in the 144.4s at the moment, so that Audi has been absolutely metronomic, David, with the performance that car has had. But you can see there's a penalty pending for the 96 of Sidemax Motorworks and the 911 Virtual Drivers by TX3 911 car, and still another 5 cars there, and at the bottom of that it is the 52 car And that is Pulse Simsport, who've got the team of Jack Young, Jonathan Seville and Simon Crane in that particular car. Also one of the many Aston Martin V8 Vantages, of which we have 5, and they're all running with 35 kilos of ballast.
Nice little update there from Race Control. The earlier incident between Pefay and that was the number 106, and that was Montalbano in the Bentley. No further action between those two. We saw them coming together, but no further action deemed as a racing incident. I do like that. I like seeing that a lot of these guys and girls are just being left to race, as we see. That's Luca Berk and Pefay into the pits just now. So does Garcia and Batifoue. So now we're really going to see the sort of the second stage, the second half of the battle starting to come into life here. Act 2 is about to get underway. So if you need to take a little bit of a loo break, or get some more coffee, get some more snacks in, now is the opportunity, because you're not going to want to miss the next 2 hours of this race. It's Dave Christie and Alex Goldschmidt here with you, bringing you all of the coverage. Here is the Yas Heat 149 now, and they've been jumped in the pit lane by the number 11 then, so great move there for the Mercedes to keep that position. We saw them get it on track just before the Yas Heat team pulled into pit lane. I thought they might have got that position back, but look at this. The Mercedes now on the back foot. It needs 3, 4, 5 laps to get the heat into the tyres, to get things up to speed and to get things going again, and you can be blooming sure that Andrea Capoccia for that Yas Heat team, the Yas Heat Microsoft team, is not going to allow him any opportunity of getting that just now. Remember that 11 has the investigation looming over their head right now, coming down into turn 3. 2 hours, 1 hour 57 left to go, and Alex, this battle between the Ferrari and the Mercedes, the Ferrari has got the early legs right now.
Yeah, I mean, with the fresher rubber now on that 3.9 litre V8 twin turbo powerhouse from Maranello, you could just see how hard Andrea Capoccia is dragging that car by the scruff of the neck. And so behind the wheel of the number 11, that's Sami Ketula. So yeah, this battle is not over yet by a long shot. And have you noticed at the top of that car, as Capoccia tried to send it through? I've never seen anyone try to do that going through turn 8. Capoccia has definitely got the fire in the belly and is wanting to get past Ketula. And this could very much happen, because they're going to come down the short blast here, down into turn 12, the right-hander. Capoccia is just absolutely fired up. I mean, that Italian temperament has definitely served him well, and he's in the right car for it.
Yeah, he certainly is doing a cracking job. Tries to fire up the inside of the Merc, but the AMG just has too much of the grunt. And have a look at the GTWR racing team away just behind him as well. Thibaut Prost in that Ferrari, fancying a little bit of this battle as well. So cracking little stuff developing right now here, but on he goes, and Capoccia still on the tail of that Merc, but I think he's just got the legs to keep things done. Meanwhile, your Audi in the lead, that is the 122, who is 6 seconds, get that, 6.5 seconds up the road in the 122 Audi of Odox Motorsport. That is Gerard Martinez and Mayer, but remember, with no third driver on our sheets for them, they're going to get a penalty.
Yeah, it looks like there's a few more penalties that have come through. Okay, Sidemax Motorworks for the incident on lap 12 between them and the 166 of BetoSimRacing.de. Sidemax Motorworks gets a drive-through penalty, and also a drive-through penalty for the virtual drivers by TX3911 car. They also get a drive-through penalty for contact with Racing Line Motorsports, and that would have been with Niels van der Kerkhout, which have been served already. And the incident between cars 367, that's All In Racing, and Capoccia again so close. He's, you know what, I mean, the thing is that of anybody that is going to fire it up the inside of turn 8 or turn 9, I think now my money's definitely on Andrea Capoccia. But as I was just briefly saying, the incident between 367, which is All In Racing, and the Greek Souvlaki squad in 34, on lap 21. No further action taken, but Andrea Capoccia really closing on Sami Kettler, who runs wide again coming out of turn 13, cuts across the front of the Ferrari through turn 14. And this is the corner that I've always said before, it feels like it goes on forever, but now Capoccia, we ride on board on the front roof cam. He's trying to close in on Kettler. Now looking at the the torque, it's not that much between them. It's about 50 Newton meters in favour of the Ferrari, but the ballast is slightly hampering as there was a car that was turned around in front. That was one of the McLarens. Looked to be possibly not
that
too
was
sure
the
who it was.
111, the DC Sim Racing NL, and that's a bad day from bad to worse for them. Oh my goodness me! Oh, side by side on the run down to turn 3. Surely this is going to end in tears and get the car stopped round, and that's a huge move. Valentin Barry involved in that. So is Andrea Miato, and on the outside you can see Igor Ogorodnikov, good old Igor, fighting it out, and this is just awesome stuff, Alex.
Oh, Ogorodnikov going through the inside of Valentin Barrier. That was through turn 4 as Thibaut Props now goes side by side with Sami Kettler, and Thibaut Props has got ahead. So the 32 GTWR Racing Team number 1 car has got... So Kettler has lost an absolute bag full of time. So Capoccia in second position. And now Thibaut Props rounds out the top 3. There's Valentin Barrier. And then you've also got ahead, you've got the deep purple car. That's got Kevin Niles behind the wheel. He's been closed in hand over fist by the likes of Miato, Barrier and Ogorodnikov. And there, in the background, is the 106. That is Davide Branchini in the Bentley, who's got Schneider in the 72. That's the XL Racing by Rennfelden red car, the Porsche, piloted by Dominic Schneider. So Props got a real good jump on Sami Kettler, who doesn't seem as composed behind the wheel of that number 11 Mercedes like Sal Verlaine was on his first stint.
For sure, and like, the different drivers are going to have slight differences in their speeds, and when you compare it to some of the other drivers, that then compounds the differences in the speed. So not all of the drivers are going to be on the exact same page in terms of pace throughout the season. But again, it's just about that consistency as we see the McLaren going around the outside. This is going to be a replay of the 111 car. That's the DC Sim Racing NL, and I've got a feeling this isn't their fault at all. Let's see, down on the entry to turn 1. Well, it is, back end, steps out. And I've got to be honest, great avoided action. Oh my goodness me! That's why the move was done. Absolutely devastated for Kettler.
You know what the biggest thing is? The 111 is going to be, it's going to get the full fire of race control because they did not hold the brakes. And Kettler had to avoid, and that was why Thibaut Props was up the inside like a rat up a drain pipe, because Kettler had to avoid, because otherwise he would have T-boned the 111 McLaren right there going through the exit of turn 1.
Yeah, wild stuff though. An hour and just over. Oh my goodness me, carnage on the back straight there. 4 cars involved, the 111 involved in it again. There's the Gas Heat Your Championship retaining champions involved in that one as well. Oh, we need to get a replay of that one. Goodness me, huge damage involved for 3 out of the 4 cars there, and I've got a feeling Igor Ogorodnikov might have actually gotten his way through all that.
He did. He's up to P7 now, and he's ahead of Kevin Niles, so he's P6 now. So Igor Ogorodnikov, we've normally seen him in the thick of things. He got out of there with all of his 9 lives there, did Ogorodnikov on that particular occasion, and it was Messaoud that was behind the wheel of the 404. So that has provided the opportunity for Will Dendy. Valentin Barrier was involved in there as Jordan Grant-Smith trying to go round the outside. That's not going to happen at turn 14. And that is on Villain in the 367. They nearly come to blows. And right behind them is like and subscribes Vasily Onufriev as Grant Smith trying to go up the inside of Villain going into turn 1. Looks like the BMW is going to get P18 and Onufriev could try and filter through. But there's contact between the Bentley and the BMW. And there is the opportunity that Vasily Onufriev needed right there.
I love it. We see that time and time again where we see the car that's exposed on the inside. Oh, contact! John Grant-Smith hit by the Ferrari of Vasily Onufriev, and that brings him back up. Onufriev backs off to let the car go through. Do you remember when I said about 5-10 minutes ago about how the race goes through flows of like 25 minutes of calm, and now all hell kicks off? What is going on? I mean, are these drivers just waking up from autopilot and going, yeah, I fancy a little bit of action right now?
Red Bull's finally kicked in, I think. That's probably what's happened there, as de Havilland behind Villain, and they are battling away. That is Bentley versus Lexus for 19th position, but Jordan Grant-Smith, I think he got away with that one, and Vasily Onufriev did exactly the right thing to let the BMW go past through, and looks like we're going to be getting some more notifications from race control on incidents that have transpired. So yeah, it's 1 hour and 11 minutes completed, David. Again, it's not like we go to find trouble here at the Sim Grid. It seems like trouble comes here to find us.
Oh no, right, let's see. I think this is the action. Oh no, it's the 111 again, the DC Sim Racing NL, side by side. That car's a lap down. And it's going to be... oh, there's contact from the 404. That's what's happened there. And all hell kicks off. So I've got to immediately hold my hands up and apologise to that DC Sim Racing team. That was completely not their fault there. The 404, it was over the curb. There was a little bit of a bobble. And yeah, that is going to be Ridwan Messaoud who is responsible for that crash. And there's another crash. Huge crash for the 404 just in front of us here. Oh my goodness me, Alex.
That's on the lead up from turn 3 to 4. So Ridwan Messaoud. Oh, that car is absolute. That has seen better days. That needs proper plastic surgery. That car, I guarantee you. Look, that left front is going to be absolutely shot to pieces. The bumper's stuck up in front of the near side front headlight. The bonnet's out of kilter. He is just limping that car home. That damage to me, David, screams terminal.
Yeah, that's on par with something you see on a supermarket on a Friday night, bouncing about. Goodness me, that is an absolute mess right now. And I've got to be honest, that's probably from the damage that's occurred early on. He's tried to push that car. It's not capable of it. It's, yeah, I think that's all she wrote for the 404 H3 Racing team. Absolutely gutted because Luke Whitehead did a fantastic job of keeping that car going and keeping it in contention. And it's just went downhill very, very fast indeed. And that's how quickly things can change here as we see David Branchiri for the Omega E Racing team on the back of the Bentley of Niles, that number 10 machine. He's going to have to watch out because he's also got the number 72 XL Racing by Renvelten of, I believe that is Dominic Schneider that is in the car taking over from Tom Rare. Tom was one of the first to pit about 20 minutes ago, and that Porsche looks like it's got a little bit of damage as well. But the real story of this stint for me, Igor Ogorodnikov up into 6th place. That is a huge bonus for him, and he's got the pace to potentially catch up a little bit on that GTR. But the other question, Alex, is that domination from the Ferraris. Where's that gone?
That's rolled away with the tumbleweeds, I'm afraid, David, because at the moment Ogorodnikov is the fastest out of the top 6 on the completion of lap number 41. The Russian put in a 1 minute 44.211. Right, okay, we're now going to see, just loses the back end, front end spears into the left, and a good thing that Messaoud just kept the brakes held, did exactly the right thing. Okay, so now we have 3 further penalties coming through from race control. 166 Beto Sim Racing.de for an incident with car number 52 Pulse Simsport on lap 23. 5-second time penalty for 166 for unsportsmanlike conduct. The incident between cars 11 and 149 on lap 29, so that is the Griphax Engineering and 149 of Yaz Heat. Griphax get a drive through. Lap 30, incident between cars 52, that is Pulse Simsport, and 192, that's Racing Line Motorsport, no further action, and a drive through penalty for 166 for it's bad for worse for the Beto Sim Racing.de car. They get a drive through penalty as well for avoidable contact on Paul Simsport on lap number 5. So, yeah, Sami Kettler's going to have to serve a drive-through penalty within the next 3 laps, courtesy of Jonas Savolainen's move on Mikhail Statsenko earlier on in the race.
Yeah, look, it is what it is. He saw the opportunity. Like you said, it was a 50-50 chance. Chances like that are always, in the balance. He decided to go for it. It didn't pay off, and he got a penalty for it. Meanwhile, all hell's kicking off with Luero and Derland down in 13th and 14th place. Tries to fire it up the inside. That's surely never going to work. Great recovery drive from the ailing 912. And I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of lapped cars fighting out like it's for position. They're lapped down, and essentially they're just holding up Luero in that number 35 for the Kings of Asphalt Maxon Oil team. He needs to not so much just move out the way, just not fight it. Just let him go. Let the car through. Let it happen. Anyway, Mirko Ferrari though on the back of Villain in that 367 Bentley that is just in front of him. That Lexus looks absolutely glorious, doesn't it? Mirko doing a great job for SFR Italia, but it's a bit of a fall from grace from Lexus. A great qualifying, slightly outshone as we see Valentin Barrier in all sorts of fights right now, trying to catch up to the back of Dendy in that number 26 Bentley. But he has got a huge battle going on right now, because you can see 37th place going a lap down. There goes the Lexus. Wow! Round the outside, bit of contact. That was, that's not the best, is it?
Yeah, very true, because now behind the wheel of the 66 Team Fordzilla Lexus car, Fabien Puffet is now handed over to Dominique Alvarez. And there is the 11th placed car, a little bit further ahead of Valentin Barrier, who's now got, that looks to be one of the Porsches. That would be more than likely the Lutz Motorsport 99 car, which is a lap down. There's Will Dendy, and he's closing in on those in front, and that includes Schneider. Dendy gets a real good run coming out of turn 11, looks to the left, looks to the right, looks to the left again, and then he's got Branchini and Niles. And this is a four-way scrap. There's a Mercedes just behind, which looks to be a back marker. So Dendy really upping the pace as Sami Kettler now serves the drive-through penalty. That is going to put Igor Ogorodnikov in the Lada Sport Rosneft 41 Aston Martin on a genuine P5. And now this battle here becomes the battle for 6th position, following Kettler's having to serve a drive-through penalty.
Oh, huge move up the inside for Dendy. That's on the Porsche of Schneider. There's contact to get into turn 1, but that is what you like to see. A little bit rough, a little bit tumble, a little bit fair. Had to send it. Dendy gets the move done. Can't see really all that much wrong with it. It didn't spin the car around, just kind of moved him gently out the way. We'll see. Race control, I can almost guarantee we'll look into that one, but at the end of the day, Dendy got the move done. It was pretty robust, I think you can say, but it's how racing is sometimes.
Jonat Cosman says, make room for the HMS Bentley. Well put there.
I wonder if it's got a horn, like a ship horn, as it comes through.
Well, like the foghorn as you start charging your way through. Yeah. Well, we head back to this little battle here. That's Daniel Klein. They qualified P8 if memory serves me correctly, so down in 22nd. They've got one of the cars behind is as always, nicely well presented liveries from Unicorns of Love. Not a great day for the number 14 BMW as Davide Branchini trying to keep pace with the Bentley up ahead. Runs a little bit wide. That's coming through turn 12, and now has Will Dendy on his case. So a trio of HMS Boatleys making their way through into turn 14, but Niles ahead of Branchini. Will Dendy could try and do the same move that he does very shortly as they come out of turn 14. And they are starting to drop Schneider. So Dominic Schneider a little bit further behind. As now these three go into turn 1 as Branchini outbrakes himself. That allows Dendy all touch between the two. left front on right rear, and Dendi, always the gentleman, gets lets Branchini back past, and that has given Kevin Niles a bit of an opportunity to have a bit of a gap of opportunity there. So yeah, Branchini and Dendi will probably go back into battle once again.
Yeah, they will. I think that's almost guaranteed. That's going to be a penalty for sure on that one. Just the fact that he spun him around was the determining factor. It's fine that he gave the place back, but we saw that early on with the number 11. Similar situation. The gap was there. He went for it. The door closed and caused contact. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that one. Interesting thing that I've noticed over the past 2-3 laps now is the fact that the Yaz Heat Microsoft car of Andrea Capoccia started to catch very slightly on Gerard Martinez-Amer in that Audi. Now, Amer has just gone through some traffic there, but that gap died down to 5.3 seconds. Last lap round was about a second faster for Andrea Capoccia, and again it's a 1:44.6 for Martinez-Amer. Capoccia is about to come across the line just now and does a 44.4. Still 0.2 faster. That gap's going to come down under 5 seconds very, very shortly.
Yeah, I think that will also depend on, how quickly Martinez-Amer is stuck in back marker traffic, and at the moment, with just over a 5.1 second advantage, they're now coming. So Martinez-Amer going through towards turn 4. As Capoccia has just exited turn 4 and is now up that same straightaway as Vasily Onufriev goes into battle again with Jordan Grant-Smith. This is for P16. As Valentin Barrier has now has gone into the pits. Now that's interesting, because that's with an hour and 21 minutes gone. Looks like we've now got another penalty. So warning to car number 68. That is, funnily enough, the car on your screens right now. Vasily Onufriev, a warning. And that was for avoidable contact on the 411, and that was on Martin Schumacher a little bit earlier on lap number 39. So Vasily Onufriev now trying to get away. As you can see, this absolute gaggle of cars here, as Martin Dillund in the Jean Alesi Esports Academy number 27 Ferrari. Oh, now there was the Porsche getting a turnaround. Was that the 912 again?
Yeah.
Not. Now that was. Now I'm wondering, was that Contagianis in the? I'm just going to have a look there. It was actually the number 17 car that I think might have been involved, or maybe the one. It just really does.
Yeah, I think it was the 27.
Yeah. So that might have been the 27 car. That would have been the Jean Alesi Sports Academy car. So yeah, it's the back marker traffic now really playing its hand into it, as now Dominic Alvarez has got Sami Kettola closing in on him, and that's for 10th position on the road.
I've just a point on that 912, and this is probably going to be quite unpopular, because I've always got loads of good things to say about the Janusz Pugadl and Becker. I've got a lot of time for them. I'd love seeing them in the Porsches, but today with the blue flags, they need to get a grip of themselves. They really, really do. This is several times now we've seen where they've. It's not a case of that they're just holding their own. They are actively blocking cars now. They are fighting cars that are a lap above them. Again, this isn't F1. Blue flags don't mean you have to move out the way and slow down. They mean you have to not fight the car behind you. And that is exactly what the 912 do. And do not be surprised to see if race control start investigating that and they get hit with a penalty for that. You cannot do that at this level. At this top split, there's no room for that sort of conduct.
No, that's very much frowned upon. I completely understand. It will be a learning phase again, as we keep on mentioning that they'll learn from this and they'll go, well, what do we need to do to get things right in Monza? Stay out of trouble is the first thing I'd say. And realistically, yeah, they've been doing a really good job in Sprint Cup, but Endurance Cup is a completely different proposition altogether. And you've got to change and adapt your driving styles accordingly so you don't have those kind of problems. But then you'll see, like, Ogorodnikov is having a brilliant run out there. He's P5 at the moment, and he's trying to close in on the 333, and that's got Simon Duterme behind the wheel of the Nissan. And to be honest with you, I did mention this earlier, and Michael Hamilton was quick to educate me on the fact that the Ferraris, the pace has not been good in the race, but in qualifying, they've been on absolute fire. And at the moment, out of the top 15, 5 of the 9 Ferraris are there. So the others have absolutely dropped off a cliff or had massive incidents like Redouin Misano, like we saw in that earlier incident. It's just like literally, there have been some that have really come to the fore. The Nissan and the Lexus that are currently in 4th and 10th they're battling with the big guns. They're really showcasing that maybe the Ferrari was not the car to go for. They've made a bit of a shrewd decision because the Ferraris have got 50 kilos of ballast. That's 1,320 kilos. And then you look at Martinez Amer. They've got one of the lighter cars on the grid.
Yeah, they certainly do. And again, it just shows what a difference this custom BOP is doing for the championship. We've got some more cars under investigation. The 367 is under investigation. That's Villan in the Bentley, penalty pending for him. So we'll find out in just a second what that is. 404 of H3 Racing under investigation. And would you, shock horror, look at that one. I'm not going to use the term I used last week. The 912 under investigation. What a shocker for that one.
Well, the thing is that now that Tommy Villan's going to have to serve a drive-through penalty. Incident between cars 367 and the 446 of SFR Italia on lap 43. That means that Villan has to serve a drive-through penalty. So that was quick. Jury's out on that one, Your Honour.
For sure. And with an hour and a half left to go, I mean, these are the mistakes, these are the incidents, these are the penalties now that are going to cost you races. As we see, Sami Khedira did a decent job of trying to recover that Griffax Engineering Boys number 11 car back up into the top 10. He's got a good chance of doing that because he's got a big gaggle of cars coming through, but we've spoken about it at length in that extended build-up at the start, Alex. Consistency, patience, keeping control of both your emotions and the car at the same time. And we've seen several occasions where drivers kind of struggling with that a little bit today.
The biggest example of that patience and consistency has been shown in spades by Odox Motorsport. Gerard Martinez Amer and Alberto Garcia. Garcia was waiting, and he didn't need to push Statsenko into a mistake because Statsenko made a mistake all on his own. He ran wide, but also you've got to factor in the additional ballast on the Ferrari, the 50 kilos, and then also how badly were the tyres shot to pieces when he had to try and defend after the best part of over 40 minutes of competing, as Konstantinos Kontogiannis from Greek Souvlaki squad now on the back bumper of Dillund in the 2017 Fordzilla car, and looks like the Greek driver is going to make it up the inside, and there comes the 912 into the fray. Oh,
why?
That's that's exactly what I was going to say, because the 17.
Oh my god, that's outrageous.
I'm sorry, that is a slam dunk penalty. Race control are going to have a field day with the 912. As much as we both have respect for them, they've done a great job in Sprint Cup. That was completely unnecessary.
Yeah, that's wild. And I know we're obviously trying to be positive and keep everything on a nice level keel for everyone, but that's outrageous. I mean, you can't do that. That's 2 other drivers that you've just wiped out of the race because of your over exuberance. It's a bad day for the Porsches, to be fair, now, because the 911 is now facing the 911's a Mercedes. I'm so used to that number being taken by a blooming Porsche that I forget by the virtual drivers by TX3. Mercedes he's done his best to try and restyle that. That's I'm not sure that's going to do too much for the performance of that car.
I don't think the designers at Falterbach will be very happy how that front end has been quite literally rearranged. That bonnet's got so many alignment problems. There's all wobble there for the 192. That was the Racing Line Motorsport Porsche that did have Niels van der Kekelt behind the wheel, and now that's got it's got Macri behind the wheel of that one, Marco Macri, and that was when Sami Khedira was closing on Dominic Alvarez, and that's for 10th position. Dominic Schneider, in the meantime, closing in on Kevin Niles, and that's going through turn 12. So the XL Racing by Renvelden Red Crew having a real good run, but then factor in, you've got Branchini and Dendy behind. And whilst Niles and Schneider have been battling away, Branchini in the Bentley with 50 kilos of ballast, and when Will Dendy in that 26 Rocket Simsport car is closing. But then look, Dominic Alvarez is not that far behind.
Yeah, he certainly is, and with an hour and a half to go, this is, again, I think this is now, we're going to get a little period of calm before we get 5 minutes of absolute manic drama. Capoccia's hope of catching up Martinez Amir for that 122 Audi in first place, I think, are slightly busted at the moment, losing a lot of time to your race leader now, nearly 6 seconds behind the race leader and in a bit of clear air. This is the 912 Porsche, right? And again, I've said outrageous, scandalous. This is why, right? From a mile back, decides to get involved in a fight that isn't his, right? Doesn't give the car any room whatsoever, nudges the car, causes the contact, and boots him in as well for effect. I mean, I'm sorry. Personal opinion here, that day is done for the 912. That, again, personal opinion, race control can do what they like, but that is, at this level, you cannot drive like that at all.
They need to park that car. That car has become a menace to the field. And it was as I said, completely unnecessary. Why stick your nose in a battle? Okay, you might be wanting to get yourself a lap back. But when those two cars were battling over position, they were battling over place on that circuit. Completely unnecessary. They're going to have a hard learning lesson here today, and I don't think race control are going to be easy on them because they're under investigation already. That is, like they say, lightning strikes twice, and that's going to be pretty much game over. So now we're going to see the 911 here. Now this is behind the 53 Aston Martin. Now this is going through the chicane. Takes a bit too much curb, unsettles the back end of the right rear, and bang, straight away. Ouch. That just shows me you take too much curb.
Yeah, so easy to do, Alex. So easy to do, and such a shame for them. They were driving really well, and yeah, I'm kind of gutted for that. Still, endurance racing, welcome to it, folks. Right, an hour and an hour and 25 left to go. So, the 4D chess pieces are lining themselves up. We've got some big brain strats away to come in here in the next 25 minutes because it's the final roll of the dice for the team. Now, what has happened to Andrea Capoccia? Because that gap was 6 seconds. It's now 7.1 seconds onto the back of Martinez Amir. And what makes it worse is that Capoccia is in clear air. He's not got any lap traffic that he's around. So, a big mistake. 1:45.5 last lap compared to a 1:44 for Gerard Martinez Amir. And again, you can't afford, if you're trying to hunt down for the lead, this is not the time to be making mistakes.
Yeah, Sector 2 was where he lost a second of time, but now things have started to equalise themselves a little bit. So Capoccia did a 1 minute 44.4. Ogorodnikov has been running consistently between a 1:44.2 and a 1:44.5. So the Aston Martin really coming into its own here, and I'm just sort of keeping an eye on his lap times in comparison with Duterme just up ahead in the Nissan. And Ogorodnikov was nearly 0.2 of a second quicker than the Nissan. So this means that Ogorodnikov, I think both him and Shatilov could be very much in the thick of things, as now Dominic Alvarez and Sami Ketteler now closing in on the likes of Dominic Schneider, Daniele Branchini and Will Dendy in this battle for what is now 6th position. It's now a 5-way scrap for this place. So the person that's got a real... and when you look at it, the thing is that has Niles got a bit of damage, because remember when we saw the incident with Redouane Messaoud, Niles absolutely, had nowhere to go, and that Bentley got quite a whack on the front end.
Yeah, he did. And again, so many recovery drives have been underway this afternoon. It's been fascinating to watch how they've all panned out. Some of them more successful than others, but Alvarez really, I mean, he's done a cracking job of soaking up all that pressure from Ketela, also trying to catch up to what he's called himself, and again, I can say this because he's called himself this, Will Sendy up in 9th place. I love that nickname. Just behind David Branchini in 8th place. So, I mean, amazing battles going on, and they're split by an absolute fraction of a second with half of the race gone. This is just, I mean, this is an absolute poster for how awesome this season of Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster is going to be.
Yeah, there's still another four race days after this one, and I think we said very much like this for Sprint Cup, didn't we, David? That if the first race is anything to go by, you wait until the next one. The ante just goes up even more. As here comes Will Dendy trying to look up the inside of Davide Branchini going through into turn 1. Not quite there on that particular occasion, but had a good bit of run coming out of the corner. Now through turn 1A and then through into turn 2. Dendy trying to make the move, but not quite happening there as Sami Ketela closing on the back bumper of the Lexus, the 66 of Team Forza Lexus is Dominic Alvarez, but that Mercedes has got some grunt behind it, and the Lexus looks to be swallowed up into the jaws of the front grille of that Mercedes.
So here we are then, just coming into the dying throes of the race here. This is the opening round of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster Season 3, kicking off in style here with the 3 hours of Hungaroring. It's David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt taking you through all of the action here. What an amazing race we've had so far. It's currently the number 122 of Gerard Martinez Amir in the Odox Motorsport Audi, dominating in fashion right now in unlikely circumstances. It looked like it was all done and dusted for your returning champions in the 149 Yaz Heat Microsoft car. Andrea Capoccia got behind the wheel, and we saw, just as the pit stops were starting to happen, Mikhail Statsenko, who did a great job taking that car from pole position to what we thought was going to be P1 into the first round of pit stops, eventually succumbed to the pressure that he was put under by Gerard Martinez Amir in that 122. But the big news right now is that 333 GTR Virtual Drivers by TX3 AAA Esports is catching up to Thibaut Prost in that GTWR car in the 32, and he was stuck behind him in that first round of pit stops, so he could be unleashed very, very shortly if he can catch on to the back of Prost, who is 1.3 seconds up the road.
Yeah, because considering it was Maxime Battifoulier and Andrea Benedetti that were embroiled in that 30-plus minute encounter where Battifoulier was trying to go up the inside, trying to do the old Nigel Mansell dummy. Duterme doesn't need to make mistakes like that. But now, Kevin Niles is the cork in the bottle for P6, and Schneider is closing. That Porsche's got a real good get up of speed. You can see the front damage on that Bentley. It's not helping the aerodynamics at all, let alone the ballast that's on it. And you can now see you've got Niles, Schneider, Branchini, Dendy, Alvarez, and Ketula. That is literally a 6-way scrap over 6th position. And Niles is the cork in the bottle here, David. And it's only a matter of time before Schneider forces his way past. He shows his nose going into turn 12. But Niles keeps it on the straight and narrow, hits the racing line as he should do, and just not make any mistakes, because one window of opportunity for Schneider will allow him to get past, and then Niles will be swallowed up by the rest behind.
Certainly is, and the other point is, look at Niles, the pace that he's got. He's catching up on Igor Ogorodnikov. That gap now 2.2 seconds up in front. Excuse me, I'm reading the wrong bit. No, he's 23 seconds. Ignore it. Igor is safe and sound. He doesn't have anything to worry about right now. One man who does have to worry, though, is Kevin Niles in that deep purple machine, because he has got 5 cars behind him that are all very, very eager to get past. And Alex, you let out a little chuckle there as you were away to describe this battle, and to explain what that is we're an hour and 20 minutes left to go in a 3-hour race, and we have got a battle for 6th place that involves 5 cars that are split by 3 seconds. I mean, the odds of that actually happening, the chances of us getting that happening, and they're all absolutely going for it toe to toe right now. Look at them, they're all on pace, on form, on speed. They are absolutely giving it everything right now. You could not ask for any more in an endurance race.
Well, we're going to get a little bit more because Simon Duterme is being closed in on by the number 41 of Igor Ogorodnikov. Gap now down to just over 2 seconds and is dropping. Ogorodnikov was over 0.3 of a second quicker than the Nissan on the previous lap. So Ogorodnikov in that Aston Martin is showcasing a real good turn of speed. And now the pace is coming to him, whereas Duterme seems to be running in the 1:44.8. Ogorodnikov, again, consistent. As I said, he's not been anywhere outside, and he's just put in a 1:44.3. Gap now down to just over 1.8, just over under 1.8 seconds.
So penalties coming in. The 912 has got a penalty for sure, and the 404's probably going to get a big penalty as well. But we wait with bated breath as we see the lines getting typed out on the screen here. But back to this battle right now. Kevin Niles doing a cracking job of holding off this train to just watching there. Is that Dendi that's right on the back of Brancini, doing a cracking job not to go into the back of him there. But yeah, this is an awesome battle, and I've got to be honest, I'm not sure what to expect with these penalties that are coming through.
All I'm going to say is get the defibrillator on standby, Mr. Christie, because behind them is actually the 192. That's the Racing Line motorsport car with Marco Macri behind the wheel. So that driver is not in any kind of contentious position to battle with this gaggle here, and to still give credit where credit is due. Right, okay, penalties have come in. Drive-through penalty for the 912 for contact with the 99. That was the Lutz Motorsport car on here, but the biggest penalty of the day, the incident between cars 111 and 404 H3 Racing, have now been given the biggest penalty of the race so far, a stop go 30 for avoidable contact. And the reason why I say this is that the minimum, and we had a new penalty system issued for Sprint Cup Season 3 when we started at Snetterton in the wet. A drive-through penalty is the minimum penalty that you'll be given, but race control can go up, and the stop go 30 is the biggest that you can actually be given on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform, David.
Yeah, certainly is. Again, my personal opinion here, they got off so lightly with that one. To get a drive-through, I mean, wow, yeah, it is what it is. Let's see how they move forward with this, and hopefully they've, like you say, they've learned the lesson. Anyway, there's more exciting stuff going on at the top of the field, because this battle for 6th place now has kind of broken off into 2 separate little battles, isn't it? Kevin Niles ahead of Dominic Schneider in the XL Racing by Renvelten car. They've broken away from Dendi Alvarez and Ketula, who is kind of falling off the back of that little train as well now. So it's 2 by 2 in this battle for 6th and 7th, and then 8th and 9th place as well. Looking at Igor Ogorodnikov, I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to put him out for taking 4th place, because the pace he's got in that car is putting Duterme under real pressure, and we're coming up to the pit stop window in about 15 minutes time.
I think, but also, at the moment, Ogorodnikov is the fastest out on track. So now, the other team that has to be worried is GTWR in the 32 with Thibaut Probst. Because you look at the gap between Probst and Ogorodnikov, it's not that much. It's what? That's 7.5 seconds. And with an hour and now Duterme is dropping off like a pebble that's being thrown in the pond, because Ogorodnikov is now 7/10 behind and closing fast. Ogorodnikov did a 44.4 on that last lap, so the Lada Sport Rosneft car looking rather handy. As now we're going to see this is Dendi on Branchini, and you got behind, you've got Alvarez, and you got Ketula. Oh, not again for the Team Forzilla Lexus crew, but Kettler let Alvarez stay ahead, which was a good thing to do, but the slightest nudge that can unsettle the back bumper. And when you look at it, when Fabien Piffet was behind the wheel of the car in the first stint and then got a turnaround, what has been what could have been a really good race for Team Forzilla Lexus has turned into a little bit of a slight nightmare.
It certainly has. I'm looking at the 404 still in the pits now. I'm wondering if they're doing their stop-go 30 or if they've just decided to throw in the towel. Just now we'll see if they actually get going again. But Luero in that number 35 as well, just watching this train just now, starting to catch up with it. Kings of Asphalt Max on oil machine. Here we can see him here in the Ferrari, just making his way through. That curb catches so many cars out, but he is 2.5 seconds back, starting to catch on them. But look at Igor Ogorodnikov in that Lada Rosneft Sport Racing machine, the number 41, less than half a second. It's almost paper thin, the gap between Dutrem and the car of Ogorodnikov right now. The 333 and the 41 down into turn one. Look at how much more speed the Yeager can take into that first corner, and then in front he's going to be looking as well at Thibaut Prost. So real pace right now from Igor Ogorodnikov, and it's going to be a case of getting that move done quite smoothly.
I've just heard that the H3 Racing 404 Ferrari has officially DNF'd from the race. They've decided to cut their losses whilst they're still ahead. But one of the things we've got to understand here is that Igor Ogorodnikov was using that car in both Sprint Cup Season 3 and also Best of British, so he knows that car well. As there is Dominic Alvarez trying to go up the inside of Will Dendy. That's for position, and it gets through. And that was through turns 1 and 1A. So Ogorodnikov now has a bit of, well, oh, hang on a second. Well, Ogorodnikov is trying to get past Dutam. He's being held up a little bit here, so Ogorodnikov has got to get through, and if he can, he's got to try and do that either on the run down from turn 11 to 12 or down the start-finish straight. So Ogorodnikov has got 2 seasons worth of experience, well, 2 championships worth of experience. As Dendy gets a nasty little touch from behind. That was from Martin Macri in the 192 there. But also, we saw that Sammy Kettler had actually gotten past the 26 from Rocket Simsport. But as I was saying, Ogorodnikov now has to try, in the next couple of laps or so, to get past Simon Duterme in the 333. And if he gets a run like that coming out of the final corner, he's got a good run coming down the start-finish straight. But is it going to be enough?
I don't think it is. Not this time round, but it's going to be a case of just, waiting and holding off the patience. Look at how wide he goes on turn 1, tries to get the cut back, gets the car going. I think that compromises it slightly. Those Nissan's tyres, they're gone. That's the single-handed reason why that car is dropping back as fast as it is. That last lap round for our old friend Igor Ogorodnikov there, 144.931, and the last time for Simon Duterme, 144.937. So again, Ogorodnikov does have the pace, but he needs to keep it calm and make sure it's done in a clean and consistent manner.
Yeah, Martin Dylan from Jean Alesi Esports Academy is being closed in on by Vasily Onufriev in the number 68. Like and subscribe car. And there is Dominic Schneider still trying to find his way past Kevin Niles. He can't get through that Porsche. Look, the Bentley's being made as wide as humanly possible. They're going to go through into turn 4. Davide Branchini is behind. Alvarez and Kettler are battling at each other's doors as there goes Schneider up the inside. That's through turn 5. Is the Porsche going to make the move stick? Well, he's going to get the inside run for the right-hander at 6 at the chicane, but Niles going side by side. Schneider gets through, does the job. Is he going to get it break? Oh no! Oh, he nearly lost it coming out of turn 7, but Schneider gets past Niles for P6. That was definitely very, very nicely executed, and still by nearly tripping over his own shoelaces, Dominic Schneider gets past Kevin Niles.
Yeah, this is crazy level of competition going on right now. Here comes Sammy Kachula for Griffax Engineering Boys. thinks about sending it up the inside. There's a gap there. There's side by side on the entrance to turn 12. That is Alvarez. It's up on the inside. He's going to take the brakes late, leaves the Merc with nowhere to go, and that means that up the inside can go Will Dendy. They're going to be side by side on the entry to turn 13. Dendy's going to try and go round the outside, but the Merc has the inside line. That compromises Dendy and allows the 192. In fact, ignore that. That's a lapped car. We don't need to worry about the 192.
But keep your eyes on Thiago Luero. He's right with Dendy and is closing. He's going to try and go up the inside of the 192 through turn 1. So Will Dendy could have got past Sami Kettler, but there's looks to be a little bit of argy-bargy behind. To be a couple of Ferraris, I think, maybe. That would have been Dillon and Nufriev going through turn 1. But Dendy nearly had the move up the inside of Sami Kettler had it not been for the 192. But there's Igor Ogorodnikov and Simon Duterme. They're still battling way over what is P4. And what this is actually doing is not giving Ogorodnikov the opportunity, as there's been a massive off, and Vasily Onufriev is off, and that's coming out of turn 2 and turn 3. Oh my goodness, and he was on for a move trying to get past Dillon in the 27 Jean Alesi eSports car, but Onufriev spat out exit stage left and hard into the barriers.
You hate to see it, don't you? Just a horrible, horrible incident there. Onufriev trying to get the car recovered, but that is almost certainly going to be game over for that car. A lot of damage for the number 68 like and subscribe team. It was a great effort from Konstantin Soldatov. Still got to hand over the car to Denis Gravovsky, but again, it's not too great. Igor Ogorodnikov then back to his battle for 4th and 5th place, and it's settling down a little bit now as well. The cars all starting to spread themselves out as we've got just 10 minutes left to go before our final pit stops are coming on. To P10, I'm not even in the position to be able to describe what's going on, because all I can describe is an all-out brawl is happening for P9, 10, 11 right now. It is just absolute madness right there. We'll keep our eyes on this battle for 5th place, because I've got a funny feeling we're going to see something pretty bad unfold. But here's a replay then of Vasily Onufriev. This is on the turn 3. That is the Dryland in the 27 up the inside. Is there contact? Oh, there is. Oh, that's, you hate to see it. And then he's going to get collected again, does he? No, that was the Greek
Souvlaki 34 Lamborghini that nearly got caught up. So that was like that was 3, and we got yellow flags out at the moment, and that's the 911, and that is the the Mercedes. That is the virtual drivers by TX3 car, again involved in some kind of incident, but and now Onufriev has got a drive-through penalty. That will be for track limits there. So Onufriev, I think that's literally gone from hero to zero. Onufriev was battling at the bottom part of the top 15 with Dillon. Contact between the pair of them. I think Dillon could be investigated very well and truly by race control for that incident.
Oh, right, are we due for one of those camp periods now? Because we could certainly use it with an hour and 6 minutes left to go. We are nearly at our final pit stop window of the afternoon. There's no set windows. Oh my goodness me, look at that battle behind for 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. It's like one of those slinkies going down the stair. They're just absolutely all together. This is fascinating just now. But the 106 is into the pits, so that's David Branchini. Now that's a bit of a miscalculation, I think, for them, because with the driver stint limit at 65 minutes, Alex, they're not going to make the end.
Well, I'm just having a look because, Branchini's only done 52 minutes. And Montalbano did 59, so they are way off on their calculation. Okay, here's the 911, the virtual drivers by TX3 car. Oh, just loses the back end, it snakes out, and how on earth could you lose it there? I mean, just literally, I don't think there was enough. either throttle lift off or brake or throttle modulation. But the thing is that the 106 of Omega E, they've really, I think that's definitely a faux pas if ever I saw one, because when you look at it, Branchini could have gone for another, probably another 6 minutes, and then gotten back it. I mean, I'm just having a look at their driver lineup, because Francesco Pellegrini could have been in another 6 minutes' time. They would not have exceeded their stint time limit of 65 minutes, and Pellegrini would have had less of the race to do.
Yeah, bizarre one. Also, just on that 911 accident, remember they had heavy damage early on. They did have to repair it, so it could be some little gremlins in terms of the suspension. If I remember rightly, actually, they had a very similar accident coming out of turn 3, where the car just snapped right and they overcorrected it, sent them off into the barriers at the left, and caused them massive damage.
Yeah, and it was the same. It was the same end. It was the front end again. As Sami Kettler looking to go up the inside. Oh, don't try and do that through turn 3. Oh, turn 4. God, Kettler was threading the eye of the needle. That was going through turn 3. He had the run on Alvarez, but Alvarez managed to get back up ahead. There's Will Dendy, and then Thiago Luero in the Kings of Asphalt Max and Oil car. Contogianis going up the inside of Dirland now. And that's through turn 5. The Lamborghini could have the legs on the Ferrari, not quite. Oh, that was a late break and a half there from Contogianis, and he gets the move done before the turn 6-7 chicane. Brilliantly timed by Greek Savlaki.
Huge move there, great stuff, and yeah, some real defensive driving having to go on right now. Again, I cannot remember a race where for such an extended period of time we'd had 5-6 cars battling it out tooth and nail all through the final hours of a race here. Back up the front, Gerard Martinez-Amer for the 122 Odox Audi Motorsport, 7.9 seconds ahead of Andrea Capoccia for your reigning champions Yazid, Microsoft and Alvarez into the pit lane then. So is Duterme into the pits with the Nissan GTR. So Ogorondikov then up into P4, hunting down Thibaut Prost. Schneider into the pits as well. Here we go then. It's the last roll of the dice, Alex, and things are going to get very shaky very shortly.
Well, Igor Ogorodnikov, by my estimation, can still go for about another 8 minutes before he needs to put that car into the pit lane. So Ogorodnikov, now is the time for him to start chasing down Thibaut Prost in the number 32 car, which is 4.8 seconds up the road. Looking at the lap times here, Ogorodnikov has got a shout, because he was nearly a second quicker than Thibaut Prost on the previous lap, a 144.853 for Ogorodnikov, so nearly 9/10 of a second quicker than Thibaut Prost, who did a 145.738. So Sami Kettler now trying to find his way past Kevin Niles, and that is for position. But looking at this, it's I'm just looking at how close these battles are, and when you factor in the strategies that they're doing. Now Kettler had to serve a drive-through, so effectively he's been in that car for 56 minutes, because effectively, even if you do a drive-through, correct me if I'm wrong, as Capoccia now pits from second position on the road, and if memory serves me correctly, a drive-through doesn't actually stop the stint time, does it?
I would believe, would it not a penalty drive-through, but yeah, if it's a mandated drive-through, then I think that would reset it.
So Kettler, he's got to try and get past. I mean, the thing is, if Kettler manually took himself to the pit lane, he could go out there for another stint. However, they still have Marcus Peltonen to get behind the wheel of that car, and if Peltonen doesn't drive, there's an automatic 130-second penalty post-race as Niles ran wide coming out of turn 1. Kettler was nearly up the inside on that particular occasion, and now he sees that the Bentley's got a chink in its armour, so Kettler from Griffex Engineering could go for the move. I think maybe if he gets the run coming out of turn 3, we go on board now on the run up to T4, which will be the left-hander before the right-hander at turn 5. Niles again parks the Bentley where he needs to. Kettler getting a bit frustrated, I think, trying to go through. But Niles very tight on the apex through turn 5, not letting him get through at all. As Petros Yellow from Leipert Esports battling away with the likes of Miato and Lanyi. But Kettler still trying to get past Niles, and I have to give Niles a big shout out here. He's done a fantastic job in that number 10 Bentley, considering all the ballast on the car.
And again, he's got damage on top of that as well, so really doing a fantastic job of keeping that on the straight and narrow. But I mean, this is now starting to get really, really shaky here. An hour left to go. The drivers all into the pits. Prost and Ogorodnikov into the pits at the same time. 4.6 seconds is the gap between them, and that now means that the Odox Motorsport Audi out in front, looking very cool, calm and collected, although doing a lap time there, 1:45.261, as we see Kevin Niles jumps into the pits in the number 10 Bentley. So Ketchula left out in that Mercedes. Oh my goodness me, how is this going to pan out? Well, don't go anywhere, because we've just got an hour left to go to find out.
Yeah, and as I keep on saying here on the sim grid, my favourite line, Mr. Christie, you ain't seen nothing yet. Bring it on.
It's absolutely spot on with that one. So you are watching the final hour of the first round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster here, the 3 hours of Hungaroring. We're going to take a very short commercial break, and we'll be back after this. Welcome back then to the final stages of the opening chapter of Season 3 of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt taking you through all of the action here. What a race if you're just joining us. You have missed an absolute banger of a race, but there's still plenty more in store for that. We've got some more penalties coming in as well. We've got a stop-go 30 for the number 10 car. I'm going to presume, Alex, that's going to be speeding in the pit lane potentially for the number 10, and that is a bad day gone from bad to worse. I mean, Deep Purple were on a decent recovery drive, but that throws an absolute spanner in the works right now.
Yeah, it does. So Kevin Niles or Kieran Prendergast will have been the ones that, well, whoever didn't set the pit speed limiter, exceeded the pit speed limit, and that's it, job done. Unfortunately, that's automatically assigned by there, and it looks like we've got a drive-through penalty coming for the 27. That is Matteo Caruso, who is behind the wheel of the car currently, and that is for track limits. And now we've got the leaders in. So Martinez Amer will hand back over to Garcia. So good, consistent pace. Now that means the 411 of GC Racing and Friends is now effectively up into what is second position, but Jordan Grant Smith has still got to complete his stint and then hand that over. So that will be Stefan Zero. So yeah, and Kieran Prendergast now already serving. And looked like there was a car facing completely the wrong way there. That's Pellegrini, and that car has now got damage on the right hand side of it. So Francesco Pellegrini taking over from Daniele Branchini. So the 333 has just been passed in the pit stop phase. So Yaroslav Shertolov takes back over from Igor Ogorodnikov in the 41 Lada Rosnev car. As there's Petrosiello with Miato battling away. That's for P15, and that is going through the top part of the circuit around about turn 8. And that battle's not going to abate because they've got a Lexus, that's Moira, and looks like Jack McIntyre, I believe, is behind them. That is the case in the Rocket Sim Sport Bentley in the 26. So Petrosiello and Miato yet to serve their final pit stop. And you've also got Jan Willem van Ommen in the 888 car. I think they'll be having James Parker in that momentarily. Prioletti in the 194 Mercedes for Racing Line Motorsport. So Petrosiello unleashes Miato. You've also got Le Henaf in the number 7 car. That's the virtual drivers by TX3 Mercedes still out there. So this is the incident involving Pellegrini. Oh, that's with the Griffax car. Oh, and the 66 has nowhere to go but manages to get out of the way. And Pellegrini should... Now, he holds the brakes there, but you can still see that car's moving ever so slightly. And lights up the rears and nearly does a 360 in the process. And the 192 Racing Line car goes through as well.
Yeah, that's awkward and unfortunate at the same time, really. So here we go then. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. That's the number 11 car that's brought that one out. That is, of course, the Griffax engineering car of Sami Khedira that handed it over to Marcus Peltonen. So what happened there? We didn't quite see. Gets going again, but keeps on behind the 192. So yeah, a bit of a difficult day. We'll get a replay of that in just a second. This is Florian Bonjour then moving up into that P6, and that is your top 5 drivers done all their pit stops. You can see in the second place there. It is a brief moment of joy, a brief moment of happiness as we see the BMW up into second place, Jordan Grant Smith, but of course still with a pit stop to do, so he will figure all the way down, at least outside the top 10, you have to feel. Outside of that though, Alberto Garcia for the 122 Autodox Motorsport team, 10 seconds ahead of Eamon Murphy in that Ferrari. So Eamon Murphy, with that early pace in the Ferrari, might be able to make inroads, but he has to do it quickly.
Yeah, just been informed by Race Control. Racing incident declared on lap 63 between cars 111, that was the DC Sim Racing NL car, and the 73 of XL Racing by Hohenfelden Blue. That will be the Honda NSX, which will either have behind the wheel Sebastian Dyer or Daniel Klein behind the wheel. But also looks like we're going to go to a replay. Now this is with Griffax. Oh, now there is the 888 car just behind. And that is going through turn 2, now into the right at 3. Oh, touch from behind, little bit of rubbing, and then the car gets turned around and the back left goes into the barriers. But that's why I noticed there was damage on the rear diffuser of that Mercedes, so that explains things right there and then, as Moira in the 349 now being handed by Jack McIntyre. We're going to go back to a replay now. This is on board with the 888, and this is going through into turn 3. Little touch there, little rub, and then all of a sudden the massive turnaround happens. Peltonen was a passenger.
Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution rests its defence. I don't think any more needs said on that one. That was a slam dunk, case closed. You go into jail, do not pass go. 50 minutes left.
£200.
Exactly, 50 minutes into a race. This is what I mean. We obviously laugh and joke about things like that, but I mean, 50 minutes it left in a 3-hour endurance race, and you pull a move like that. I don't understand the logic why you would even try that. Obviously the closing speeds are very, very different, and they can't expect the car in front to do that. But the unescapable fact is, from what we saw, and again, the race control get all the angles and they get all the inputs, he kept the foot in. You can't do that. You can't keep the foot in and turn the car around and just shove it out of the way because you want to get the position. That is a daft move. Again, we go on about education. You just don't keep the foot in when you've got a car on your bumper.
Yeah, well, you know what? The thing is that GC Racing in France, they started, if memory serves me correctly, 31st on the grid, And look where they are now, as Stefan Zero is ahead. They're in the top 10. This is what this custom BOP has done. It has made things so interesting that the team of Martin Schulmacher, Jordan Grant-Smith, and now Stefan Zero on merit are P9, and they are ahead of the Greek Souvlaki squad that were 8th in Season 2 overall when the dust had settled from the championship battles. But, you know, credit where credit is due. You know, we haven't seen, you know, Le Filet is now behind the wheel of the 66. And now there's been something in the chat thrown to the direction of Gregor Schill saying, go get Niels, BMW in the top 10. And of course he's referring to Niels Noyox.
Get it done. That's exactly what we want to say. Get it done. But he's going to have a tall order because we've got the Lambo coming up side by side. Look at the raw horsepower. Look at the grunt of the BMW saying, not today. Not today, my friend. Buzanis, though, trying to go around the outside. Oh, he's compromised himself, surely. Going very, very wide. And there, up the inside goes Moreira in the Lexus. They're side by side going down 2A. This is going to be on the run down to 3. Peltonen and Peregrini side by side as well. And that BMW is laughing himself all the way into the top 10 right now. Cracking little battle. 49 minutes left to go. And that Lamborghini has to think better of it because that was all on the attack to the BMW that cost them so very, very dearly right there.
Well, a 45 horsepower advantage in the BMW M6 GT3. That's why Stefan Zero was able to pull away from Buzianis on that particular occasion. But to be honest with you, look at Alberto Garcia and Gerard Martinez Amer. They have literally, as soon as Garcia got past Statsenko, that was it. It was a case of just looking for. They've got a gap of over 10.2 seconds. And they've got Eamon Murphy behind the wheel. And also, the thing is that I don't think second is all she wrote, because now, as we go back here, Jack McIntyre, that's going through. Oh, a little bit of a touch with Felipe Moreira. And that is going to be allowing Michele Perella from SFR Italia to get past in the Lexus on the Bentley from Rocket Simsport. That has happened. And with 48 minutes on the clock, this battle is waiting for that crescendo to hit at any given time.
Yeah, certainly, and it's going to be an amazing thing to see if that happens. I'm just watching for that because they've only got up the inside goes McIntyre. I was a little bit distracted by that battle for the lead because great job from Jack McIntyre, just sent it up the inside, and of course taking it up from Will Dendy. Great job there for Jack McIntyre. Rocket Simsport up into P number 12 there, so great job there. Just thinking about the leader though, I'm looking at the rules and regulations. The teams have to have 3 drivers.
Okay.
I've just been told, yeah, they can have 2 on the 3 hours.
Yeah, I mean the thing is you're not really allowed to. You know, it has to be 2 mandatory driver swaps, and then when you get into the sort of like the real meat and potatoes of it, you know, if you've got 3 drivers for like the 6 and the 9 hours, it's 3 stints and 195 minutes maximum time at a 6 hour, and then 4 stints, it's 260 minutes for a 9 hour. So Jaroslav Honzik up the inside, and that was on the 194 of Porta. That was very much elbows out, Jardier. I have to point that out, but he definitely went for it, didn't he? He wasn't going to hold back on that one.
I'm a bit scared. I've never seen Jardier like that before. He's normally all smiles and politeness. That was that was a bit of a mugging, was it? He was just taking that place. Ouch. Right, anyway, so you get to place done. Race control, we'll have a look at it. But we're into the final 45 and a half minutes, 46 minutes of this race. Out in control, absolutely out by a mile. 10 seconds to the good. Alberto Garcia for that Odox Motorsport 122 car from Eamon Murphy in the Yaz Heat Microsoft Ferrari. being honest with you, I think Eamon will quite happily take that position, because in the grand scheme of things in the championship, second place, that is not to be sniffed at.
No, that's 42 points on the board. Also, a win gives you 50 points, so the top 20, all the way down to 20th position, will score points. And Jonat Kosmin goes, Jardier's smile pushing everyone. Forget the elbows out, it's the edges of Jardier's smile that's doing all that pushing and shoving there.
We joke about that a lot, but I mean, obviously, I've seen quite a bit of his stream, and it's almost infectious.
Yes.
When he's so happy, and you can't not watch his stream and feel happy. You can't not watch his stream and have a little bit of a smile as well. Seeing somebody enjoying what they love so much, it's kind of why we're all here, isn't it? It's kind of why we're all doing sim racing, taking part in it. Me and you doing the commentary on it, the rest at home watching it and enjoying it. It's just great fun. And if you're not leaving a sim race with a smile on your face, then you're probably on another platform.
Well, you haven't got a pulse then if you're not enjoying what you're seeing at the moment, as we're into the last 45 minutes of the race. Yeah, I mean, behaviour breeds behaviour, and the positive mental attitude that we always see from Jardier is, as you say, it's so infectious. But now there was a little, so that was not good for Pellegrini. Another moment, because Chassé has just spun him coming through turn 13. They now go through turn 14. The Bentley trying to hang it around the outside. But one of the other things that I've just noticed, look at the lap times between Hartwelt and Sheretalov. They're both running in the high 143s. That's incredible pace with 44 minutes on the clock still to go.
Yeah, certainly is. Very, very much on case with potentially catching up on Eamon Murphy. But I'm going back to that incident with Maxime Chassé, another case of keeping the foot in. And what I loved about it was that little moment of pretending to be sportsmanlike and giving the place back, and then just forcing them out round the outside. It was, yeah, that was quite enjoyable. I did quite like that. That is almost certainly going to be looked at by race control after that one. But yeah, that's a bit of a bold move there.
Yeah, that definitely put a smile on your face, judging by your tone of voice then, David. I mean, the thing is, I mean, now we got, there was I think at the end of it all, it's about just how you're going to push through and get to the end of the race, because if you're in the top 20, you are going to score points. And that's going to help all the confidence in the world. I mean, Kostas Bouzianis has definitely given Stefan Zero something to think about, but now the Lamborghini, and what's more, the Greek Souvlaki squad, the only Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo representative in this 44 strong field, to still be fighting at that particular point on the circuit and in the grid, still nevertheless, that's why they were 8th in season 2 overall. They haven't, that's why they're in the top 10. It's not just through lady luck and pure flukiness, it's through hard work and graft.
Yeah, for sure. The Greek Souvlaki squad doing a great job there. Now a new penalty just come in just now. Instant between the cars 11 and the 888. That is, of course, the Coach Dave Academy ACR outfit. Dan King, James Parker and Jan Willem van Omen on the number 11. That is a drive through to the 888 for avoidable contact. So, date to forget for James Parker there. Comes into the pit lane there. But again, go back to that BMW Stefan Zero in the 411, 9th place. I mean, that is an amazing performance for the BMW, because we said, and going into the pit stops, we were joking about them being in second place and saying, oh, what a great result, let's stop the count now, and they'd be in a great position. Jack McIntyre has had a huge moment, going very, very wide, keeps it going. I'm here in my ear at turn 9, but BMW though, just so happy to see such a great job sticking up there in that 9th place. But Bouzianis has just lost that position then. Moriera has got past him. Got to be honest, Bouzianis, after that early incident, I think he's riled. I think his temperament and his concentration is gone, because look at that, he's got Pirella on the back of him just now. This could be going from bad to worse.
Yeah, I mean, look at the gap now that Stefan Zero has got to Moyera in the 3:49. That's Felipe Moyera. That gap now is what, 1.4 seconds. Michele Pereira has got past Jack McIntyre now. As you said, Buzianis is rattled, and that Lexus has been rather handy. I mean, you got Lefile in the 66, Team Fortzilla Lexus up in 7th position. So it's a possibility that we could have 3 Lexus cars in the top 11 if Buzianis comes under fire from Michele Pereira from SFR Italia. There's still 40 minutes to go. These drivers will be taking the cars to the end of the race. It's game on now, David.
Yeah, certainly is. 40 minutes left to go in our opening rounds here of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. Season 3 underway at the 3 hours of Hungaroring, and you can see in the background there it's a Jack McIntyre looking very, very eager to try and get past Michele Pereira for the SFR Italia team. This is the battle for P12 right now. But question asked in chat then by the Sim Grid on the thoughts on the custom BOP, Alex. Let's have a little chat about that. Obviously, we are here for the Sim Grid, but in all honesty, as impartial as I possibly can be, I think they've pretty much nailed it on this.
They have. I mean, when we were told that there was going to be a custom BOP, I was intrigued on how it was going to work out, and now you can see that Buzianis being hustled by Perella. We'll briefly talk about that at the moment. The Lexus goes to the right hand side. He's got the momentum carry, he's used the slipstream to absolute perfection, and Michele Perella goes up the inside of Buzianis, who then opens the door for Jack McIntyre. Now will McIntyre get the run down going through into turn 2? Might do if he keeps it planted towards the outside and then tries to swing back for the cutback, but McIntyre got alongside going through the apex, and just lifts off the throttle coming out of. That was so close, in the words of Michael Hamlet just then. But I think the thing is that when you introduce a custom BOP and it has been tested, it threw up so many question marks. You know, the Ferraris were quick in qualifying, but it hasn't been the Ferrari's day. It's been more of a day for Audi and Aston Martin and Nissan. So the 9 teams that have selected the Ferraris, they now know, maybe that wasn't possibly the right call. But there are going to be circuits that are going to really, really be great for other cars. So the Audi might be a bit on the back foot at Monza next time out, and then the Ferraris might come good again. The Lamborghinis might have an opportunity. The BMW showing good pace. It's about having an equal playing field, and with the cars being within 3/10 of each other through the testing phase, behind the scenes, with the amount of work going through into this custom BOP, I think it's truly, honestly worked. And it's provided us with action that I never thought might be possible in a 3-hour enduro. And, the last, 2 hours and 22 minutes really have showcased as now Jack McIntyre looking towards the inside of the Greek Souvlaki 34 Lamborghini of Buzianis. McIntyre for Rocket Simsport gets the Bentley nailed on the inside apex of turn 1 and gets the job done for 12th position.
Wow, that all started at the exit of turn 13 there on that last lap. This is Robin Pagadel in the 912 machine, currently chasing down the 99 of Deepers in that Porsche as well. He's also got, I believe that's Salmon behind him in the, in fact, no, that's the 68 that's in front of him. That's Soldatov, the Ferrari that's there, but 912. I mean, look, let's keep that positive about that. Since the earlier incidents, we've not seen any more from the GTRC endurance team, so that's a good thing that they've just been keeping their noses clean and keeping their sort of race as constant as they can. Fires it up the inside, can't make it stick. Is he going to get turned in on? That car's onto the curbs. That's a good move around the inside, but I fear that the 99 is going to have that position. And here's the other thing, just finally on that 912, as he gets squeezed to the outside of turn 3 there. I mean, it's so unlike the GTRC endurance team of Jarno Keisch, Robin Pagadel and Florian Becker. I haven't seen them drive like that before, and hopefully, obviously, we won't again. But settling down now, keeping themselves to themselves, and a decent recovery drive for that Porsche. But here's Tom Rare in the XL Racing by Renville, and that is Lefil in the Lexus taking a look up the inside. Things better of it, tucks in behind into turn 1. But oh my goodness me, 35 minutes left to go, Alex. And again, if you said you knew what was going to happen, I'd call you a liar.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm not expecting anything in the ordinary. It's going to be out of the ordinary as Jeremy Lefile closing on Tom Hyer. Tom and I, we actually met earlier on. I think it was the multi-class at Spa-Francorchamps. A few months ago as Lefile right on the back bumper of the Porsche that was going through turn 5. I think, coming back to the 912 guys at the GTRC, they'll learn from this, because the majority of the races they've probably been competing in will have been 60-minute, 90-minute races with mandatory pit stops involved. Going into a new Endurance Cup season, you've got to wonder about how their preparation has been. And have they gelled as a team? Because they know each other very, very well indeed. That's why they'll stick together. But with the amount of ballast that you have to cope with, because normally in some races, like the one-off events, ballast is not always factored in. It's never put in there. You throw ballast into the equation, that's where it can really turn it upside down on this head. And it might have caught them out. And that's probably why they may have been struggling with the car. With the likes of XL Racing by Renveld in the 72, they've been absolutely flying. That Porsche's done an absolutely brilliant job, and both Tom Hyer and then Dominic Schneider, they've done a fantastic job to keep that car where it is.
They certainly have, and just watching them coming out of turn 1 just now through 1A and then into turns 2 and 3. I mean, it's an exceptional job. That Porsche is no easy car to drive around here. It's very easy if you don't get set up right to unsettle it across the many steep curves that you've got around the track. But equally, that Lexus, I mean, that's 2 Lexus in the top 10 now. Almost 3 if it wasn't for Pirelli being in 11th place. So that for me is a bit of a revelation as well, because we haven't really seen the Lexus being all that used all that much, and we've got a huge kick up of dirt up in front there. Oh, we've got the 911 again off into the grass there. It's been a horrible day for them. I think they're definitely going to want to alt F4 out of this one tonight, Alex.
Yeah, definitely a control out delete, and maybe have a few stiff drinks later on this evening just to sort of chill out, as Jeremy Lefile still closing on Tom Hyer. This is the battle for 6th position. They've got a couple of cars just up ahead of them, and one of them is a couple of them are Ferraris, one of which will probably be the 27, if I'm very much mistaken, the Jean Alesi Esports car. And then that will be the Sidemax Motorworks 96 that has been through the trenches and also has been into stewards today. But with 32.5 minutes still to go, Tom Hyer now needs to try and get past Jeremy Lefile. Closes in, jumped, and got the move done, because all of a sudden Tom Hyer got compromised by the 96 Sidemax Motorworks car. And that has got Michael Kundasioglu behind the wheel. And then Rye gets up the inside. I think that was of Lefile, was it? Yep, that was the case. That was through turn 2. Now into 3 in the long run up to 4 is now Tom Hyer. Flashes the lights at Kundasioglu going through into T4. And blue flags being waved. And now it's a case of how quickly can Tom Hyer and Jeremy Lefile get past these 3 cars ahead. Because what that means is that's a bona fide battle for contention for P6. And at the moment, the gap between Bonjour in the 333 and higher is well over 35 seconds. And back end steps out again. Slight glance with the wall that time. Not too big a hit for the 911, but yeah. their day's gone from bad to worse. But Tom Hyer now gets past Kondosioglu in the 96 side Max Motorworks Ferrari. So does Le Filet. So they've got a couple of cars just to negotiate their way through. But back market traffic again playing a factor in the last 31 minutes, David. It's not going to be easy, but they're just going to have to brave it out.
Yeah, they are, and to be honest, a lot of the traffic just making sure that it gets out of the way for them. As you see, Matteo Caruso on the hunt here. This is the car that's involved just in front of our battle that we were watching earlier, and oh my goodness me, the closing speed of that Porsche compromises it on the exit of the corner, and that is almost certainly going to hand the position from Tom Rayer. They're side by side coming into the corner as well, but the Lexus takes better of it. Meanwhile, you've got a Ferrari and an Aston Martin duking it out with each other. That is going to compromise the cars behind them, because have a look at these 72. That is the Tom Rayer. The 912 has collided, and Soldatov is involved in an incident as well. Oh my goodness me, it is all kicking off right now with just 30 minutes left to go. Half an hour left to go, ladies and gentlemen, in our first round of the Endurance Cup Season 3 by Thrustmaster.
Yeah, Tom Rayer trying to fend his way past Fenix Christophe there, as they got past Michele Caruso, and there, now that's nice gentlemanly work there by Fenix Christophe. But then, all of a sudden, Le Filet fires it around the outside, and that was going through turn 10 into turn 11. Le Filet had full commitment and full confidence in the car to get past Fenix Christophe there. Oh my goodness, and that could have been really, really bad for Team Fordzilla Lexus on that particular occasion. But now, Raya and Le Filet can carry on with their battle. And the car up ahead is the 888. That will be James Parker in the Aston Martin a little bit further up the road, who's just going through into turn 1. So Raya and Le Filet battling tooth and nail with 29 minutes on the clock for a genuine P6 here on the first round of Season 3 of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. And Le Filet again, David, looking rather handy in the braking zones.
Yeah, certainly, and he's wanting to try and get this move done. And again, it's what we said, it's risk and reward. 30 minutes left to go in the race. You're in P6 or P7. Are you really wanting to go and gamble for that position? It's a daft question, because we can say it as commentators, but when you're in that car, you're always going to go for it. You're always, 99 times out of 100, you're always going to push that car a little bit more. We go for a SimGrid replay here, and this is the 912 then. This is just a very unusual... Oh, no. Oh, that's... yeah. I'm going to give, actually, the benefit of the doubt on that case, because where else could that 912 have gone? Yeah, where else could that 912 have gone? He was at the right-hand side of the track. He couldn't have gone any further or risk an off-track. The Ferrari came into him. It is, yeah, I don't see that being on the 912's shoulders this time round.
No, that was definitely that was Konstantin Soldatov behind the wheel of the 68 like and subscribe Ferrari. As Matteo Caruso is battling away with Kondosioglu here, and this is going through as for 29th position. And then they've got Fenix Christophe just behind them in 31st. So it hasn't been a good run for the Jean Alesi Sports Academy crew in the 27. Tom Hyer still battling away with Jeremy Le Filet from Team Fordzilla Lexus. So XL Racing continuing to stay in 6th position in the orange crew. And again, Le Filet in that Lexus has got the braking absolutely spot on. But then the Porsche starts running away a little bit with that 4-litre flat 6 engine. And that's the only rear engine car that's on the grid and also on the platform for Assetto Corsa Competizione. But the Lexus still looking rather handy with that 5.4 litre naturally aspirated V8 pushing out 540 brake horsepower and 530 newton meters of torque. And still with the fact that Tom Rayer with 50 kilos of ballast, Jeremy Le Filet with 25 kilos of ballast on the respective vehicles, David, this has been an absolutely fantastic scrap between the pair of them.
It certainly has, and to quote a famous commentator that I follow quite a lot, you ain't seen nothing yet. Do you like that?
Shut up.
Look, joking aside, ladies and gentlemen at home, I hope you've got your popcorn ready, because we've got something very, very special brewing for you just now. What we've not seen is the battle for third place, because Chris Hartveld now is under real attack from Yaroslav Shevratov, in fourth place. Now just 1.2 seconds behind in that battle for the final podium place. That is going to come to a head very, very shortly, and what a battle it is. Look, there we go, well and truly within sight, and Yaroslav did a cracking job in that Lada Sport Rosneft, and I've got a feeling that YouTube chat is going to give an awful lot of support for this number 41 team.
Yeah, very much the case. It's been a really, really good run from them. Jeremy Lefile round the outside of T1 on Tom Hyer. Hyer runs him wide coming out of the corner. They both go all four wheels off of track limits. Oh, Lefile had that measured to perfection there, and Tom Hyer did the thou shalt not pass manoeuvre right there and then. That's an interesting one. I'm not going to call it how I see it because I might offend somebody, but that was definitely, Lefile knew that Raya was struggling, and Raya was definitely very much a matter of a fact opinion, saying, you're not going to get past me no matter what you try. I am going to stay where I am right now. And there's Chris Hartveld, and there is Yaroslav Sharatalov. The gap now just under 1 second. Just under 1 second, David.
Yeah, certainly. Let's just go back to that instant with Lefile and Rare. From what I saw, Lefile actually touched the rear back, the rear right of Rare, and that's what, or was it, the rear left of Rare. That caused his car actually to go off to the left, and that is what took both of them off the circuit to the left-hand side there. It's that whole thing of like trying to turn into a bit of the track that just doesn't exist, and you better believe, like, 23 minutes left to go, that battle's going to be absolutely raging on between those two once they regroup. But that gap to Shevratilov in fourth place, I mean, that is going to be really, really spicy. They have fought tooth and nail, and do you know what actually delights me? And as commentators, we kind of have to keep an even balance in terms of opinions and things like that. How often have I had a go at that 41 team, for instance, whether it's Shevratilov or it's Ogorodnikov, for these silly, unneeded incidents? They have kept their nose clean today. They have looked consistently fast. And do you know what? They absolutely, right now, they absolutely deserve a podium. It's going to be up to the next 20 minutes to see whether or not that actually comes to.
Yeah, 23 minutes on the clock to go, and there are battles up and down the order. Sharatalov took over 4/10 out of Chris Hartveld on that last lap. Stefan Zero now closing on the 35, and that is Daniel De Oliveira. This is going through turn 5, so the BMW gets a tighter line coming out of the corner, and De Oliveira now hard on the brakes, and that was great anticipation from Stefan Zero. You can see the back end of that Ferrari going over the curves through turn 7 turn 7. That was very much a case that if that had any more of a wobble, that Ferrari would have been sideways and off the circuit. But the BMW has been rather consistent. We go back to the GTWR number 32 Ferrari of Chris Hartveld being closed in by Yaroslav Sharatalov, and the gap now just over 5.5 tenths. It is going quicker and quicker as that Aston Martin, and deep on the brakes through into turn 5 goes Sharatalov, and really hoping that Hartveld makes a mistake at the earliest possible opportunity for the Russian crew to get up into P3.
And the pace that Sharatalov has got in that car is absolutely incredible, especially at this dying stage of the race. Although, remember, we saw that with the Ferrari really struggling. Here comes Stefan Zero. It's never going to work, surely, on the exit turn 1. Gets a cutback. What a move from the BMW. Cuts inside Stefan Zero side by side. He's got it done. Surely he's ahead of the Ferrari. He's going to try and outbrake. Oh, there's contact. between the Ferrari and the BMW. That's going to cost Stefan Zero. He gets going again. I don't think it's going to cost him too much, but oh my goodness me, heart and mind moment there for Stefan Zero. De Oliveira lives to tell the tale another day, but I tell you what, he's going to have a very, very angry German car behind him of the BMW. Meanwhile, we go back onto that beautiful, beautiful rear exhaust view of Chris Hartwelt here. You've got Shevritilov just in that fourth place there on turn one. Look at how close that Aston Martin is. You could not get any closer whatsoever. And the Ferrari has lost it. De Oliveira is off, and that hands 8th place into the arms of the BMW there. So, I mean, that is the most unlikely event there. De Oliveira gets back onto the track. Oh my goodness me. The gods have been sated. The BMW moves up into 8th place. But look at this. This is a cracking little battle here for 3rd and 4th then. It's going to be Shevritilov trying to fight for that podium. And by the looks of YouTube chat, he has got all of the energy behind him right now. All of the support pushing him on for this podium. 20 minutes left to go in this opening race.
Yeah, De Oliveira lost out positions to both Michele Pereira and Felipe Moreira in the process. But Buzianis gets the drive through, it looks like, for track limits. But Sharitilov losing a little bit of time. This is coming down from turn 11 to 12. But on the brakes, the Aston Martin nailing it to perfection, touching the apex where he needs to, powering out of the corner. And again on the brakes, going through into turn 13. Hartwelt knows that the Frighteners are well and truly being put onto him for the final step on the rostrum. And again, Sharitilov close on the apex. Just look how tight that Aston Martin was, and he's got the run. And there's the yellow flags going through, and it looks like there's been a crash, and that's on the penultimate corner as Hartwelt goes defensive on Sheritilov, who's trying to put it round the outside. Can the Russian get the switch back? Not on this particular occasion, but Sheritilov gave Hartwelt clear notice, as if to say, watch out, freight train coming through.
Yeah, Shevritilov really pushing hard here. We go for a sim grid replay then. This is the Ferrari ahead of Stefan Zero. This is just having a look through the exit of the chicane. Snaps the car. You can see that happening a mile off. And De Oliveira has himself to blame for that one. The car snapping under pressure, trying to push too hard. Back to the battle then for 3rd and 4th place. Oh, and Tom Ryer and the Porsche gets a drive-through penalty. I'm going to presume that is for track limit. So does Buzianis. So that is unreal stuff right now. But this battle is just raging on with hammer and tongs. GTWR Racing Team try to make the best start to their championship as they possibly can. The runners up in Season 2. Stefan Zero up at the 7th place then as he takes that from Tom Rare. What a round from the BMW. Nobody would have saw this one coming. If you looked at qualifying, we all thought that was great job there. But absolutely loving it. Alex, I mean, 20 minutes left to go. In fact, nearly 16 minutes left to go. Do you think that we're going to see Shevritilov get past? Oh, almost.
Well, as you said that, David, you nearly charged fate, my good friend, because Shevritilov is right on the back bumper of Hartwelt. Hartwelt will do the old Benedetti trick, but Shevritilov very quick to react. Goes towards the outside of T1. He's actually nosed ahead of the car. What's going to happen here? They go through into T1. Hartwelt back in front. But Sheritilov is trying to do everything in his playbook to get past the GTWR Ferrari through into turn 2. Again, the Aston Martin great on the brakes, tight on the apex. Now into the right-hander at 3. Now the torque of both cars will come into full effect. They're pretty much even Steven on torque delivery. Through into the left-hander here at 4. Now into the right at 5 as Hartwelt takes a wide line to sweep the Ferrari back in. Through turn 5, they've got a couple of back markers just up ahead, a Bentley and a Lexus. And now you're going to see how quickly Sheritilov closes through the chicane. Neatly done, a little bit of sausage curb taken by both vehicles. Through into this corner, now into 9. And then they've got the right-hander coming, the left-hander coming up at 10. before the right at 11. So this is where you're going to now see, hopefully, that the Aston Martin might get the run, but the two back markers up ahead could possibly compromise. Again, hard on the brakes and absolutely nails it. Textbook from Sheratilov going through into turn 12, and again he's got the closing speed. Look how close he is to the back bumper of Hartveldt's Ferrari. It's not if, it's a case of when will Sheratilov make the move. Out of the final corner, again he's close, but the Ferrari gets the initial legs coming out of turn 14, but Sheratilov has now got to go for broke and send it, but send it cleanly.
Oh my goodness me, 15 minutes left to go. Again, he's going to wait. Oh, there's contact! Shevritilov hits Hartveldt. That's going to be almost certainly a penalty. Goodness me, waits to let him pass, but the contact is done, the damage is done. Hartveldt possibly with a light bit of damage on the rear end of that Ferrari, comes close again to hitting the rear end of that car. And have a look, because that in the background there is the number 333. That's the virtual drivers by TX3 Triple A Esports of Florian Bonjour, who is in the background, in with the chance of this hunt there. I mean, so disappointing to see that, but it's a battle they're going to fight. But this is a battle for P14. Honzig makes the move up on Francesco Pellegrini, relegating Pellegrini in the Amiga E-Racing team car down into 15th place here. And this is it. This is now go time for all of these drivers. If you're going to make a move, it needs to be now, because 15 minutes left to go. And look at that up the inside. That's going to be the Merc, but we're going to look hopefully in a second back to the battle for P3, because again, Yaroslav Shevritilov back onto the back of that Ferrari, and there is the GTR, Alex. This could get very, very spicy indeed.
Well, I did say that the GTR might be a bit of a dark horse, but it's not through their own making. I mean, Sharatilov's mistake there that compromised both him and Hartveldt has now brought Godzilla into the fray, and is about, well, less than 7/10 of a second. And on the previous lap, Hartveldt a 1:47.9, Sheritilov a 1:47.9, and Bonjour a 1:44.4. So well over nearly 3.5. That's 3.5 seconds that Bonjour has actually been able to close up, maybe even make it more than that, as they now go through into the left-hander at turn 3. And yeah, I mean, the thing was is that Shevritilov had to do the honest thing and give the position back to Hartveldt, and actually waited after that contact. Through into turn 4, all of them fully charged and fully lit up, as again, Shevritilov looking up the inside of Hartveldt, going through turn 5, and we still have 13 minutes to go on this race. 3 hours here for the season opener of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster here at the Hungaroring. It's not one of the easiest circuits to overtake at. It's been open since 1985. And Shevritilov trying to close on Hartveldt, but this is allowing Bonjour. The gap's now halved between Shevritilov and Bonjour. Bonjour's got an opportunity of P3.
Well, this is starting to get a little bit spicy with 12.5 minutes left to go. This battle for third place is absolutely raging on, and obviously there's a lot of other battles through the field, but we do have to kind of focus on this, because this is potentially huge for the early stages of the championship. Here we go then, back with Yaroslav Shevritilov trying to hound the back of Chris Hartveldt, and you've got to feel that Bonjour just slipping back very, very slightly into the toe of Hartveldt goes Shevritilov. What is he going to do on the entrance to turn 1? He does the jig. He's going to try and outbrake, but he thinks better of it. He wasn't close enough to get that done, and what that does is that compromises him and brings that GTR back into the mix as well. One thing that we do have to speak about, Alex, because we haven't mentioned it, and it's a little bit unfair, Odox Motorsport. It's been absolutely incredible performance from the Audi. They've had to jump on the entire field on a race that we thought was going to be dominated by Ferrari. The Audis out there by a solid 8.7 seconds, and they've had that gap under control now for the last 25 laps.
Yeah, Alberto Garcia put it on pole position. Well, nearly put it on pole position. Not courtesy of Mikhail Stetsenko from Yaz Heat Microsoft. But yeah, they controlled it as soon as, just past the 40-minute mark. Garcia got the move done through turn 1. And him and Gerard Martinez Amir, they haven't looked back. They have not looked back at all. And it's, like I say, if you're not talking about the leader enough, they're doing a pretty good job out front. And they've still got an 8.7 second lead over Eamon Murphy in the 149 Ferrari from Yaz Heat Microsoft. So, yeah, props to Garcia and the whole team. They've done a really good job. I can't really... my apologies. It's Richard Meal, not Microsoft. My apologies, Andrea Capoccia. The reason being is that on the top of the 149, I was going to mention it earlier, they've got a Richard Meal watch face on the roof of that Ferrari.
Yeah, I've been saying that all race as well, because obviously going through the information given on our team sheets, that's what it says here. So if it is Richard Meal, then we will update that and never mention it again. Great move there from Alexander Shinov for the Desperate Measures 121 machine, and this is going to be. Oh, now that was that a Porsche that just decided I'm having just thought I'm not having anything to do with this. You guys do what you like. I'm going home for some supper.
Yeah, so step to the right does the Porsche. As Bonjour now closing on Sheratilov and Hartfeld, and they are covered by just over 0.8 of a second. This is the battle for the final step on the rostrum. 9 minutes and 40 still to go. And this is Peltonen. So Griphax Engineering were running in the top 5. And that is Shinov in the 121 car. That's the Desperate Measures 1-to-1 car there. And they've got Bertin in the 88 just behind, which is Evanel Bertin, which is the All-In Racing crew. Jack McIntyre closing on Diego de Oliveira. Now this is for the final step. Well, the final place in the top 10. And McIntyre's trying to go around the outside. That's through turn 2. That was brave. But thinks better of it as they head into turn 4. So this is going to be rather interesting. Can the Bentley get the run on the Ferrari going through into turn 4 in this particular occasion? McIntyre to the left and then to the right. And de Oliveira there, David, doesn't let him through.
Yeah, it's not happening that time round. What I love is the sheer difference shown in the sizes. You've got this Ferrari, this beautiful, nimble, aerodynamic beaut of a machine. And then you've got the Bentley, which is just a massive yacht. It's a massive land ship behind him trying to eat through that position. Talking of positions, more penalties have come through. It's been quiet for a while. It's time to update you on them. Incident on lap 88 between cars 66 and 72. That is, of course, the 66 of Team Fortilla Lexus and the 72 of XL Racing by Ren Velten. That was Tom Ryer. 5-second penalty for car 72 for aggressive driving. The incident on lap 89 between the 411 and 35, that was the Kings of Asphalt Maxon oil machine and the 411 GT Racing and Friends. No further action. And then on lap 91, the incident for cars 349 and 80, that is the VRM Racing 349 machine and the GTR Masters HU Endurance team. It is a warning to car 80 for avoidable contact. So there you go. That is quite possibly some of the last penalties that you'll maybe get. You've got a couple of cars, it looks like, still under investigation, so we'll maybe hold that there. But Jack McIntyre here trying desperately to get past this Ferrari. It's just not happening, is it?
Yeah, the Otley's not getting past quite yet on that aesthetic beauty of that Ferrari, but you can now see, Hartveld's coming to traffic. This is going to give the likes of Sheratilov and Florian Bonjour the opportunity, and that is the Griphax Engineering car up ahead. And Hartveld's quickly on, flashing the lights as if to say, "Come on, mate, get out of my way. I'm coming through." And Sheratilov goes around the outside, And you know what the really strange thing, obviously Peltonen behind the wheel of that Griphax Engineering car, that team was fighting for a podium, and now what that car needs to do is let through Florian Bonjour in the 333, but the Griphax Engineering car hasn't let them through, And that's compromised Bonjour coming out of turn 4. And that's lost him a bag full of time behind Hartfeld and Sheratilov. So now the battle is a two-way scrap for third position. But Sheratilov has to watch his P's and Q's in the next 6 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, Sheratilov is doing so well to hound the back of Hartfeld right now. I do wonder if he's pushing that car a little bit too hard, because I'm starting to see some little mistakes creeping in, especially over taking a little bit too much curb on that chicane there. But again, Hartfeld just hands him the opportunities left, right and centre in 5.5 minutes now. You have to think championship. As much as this is exciting and this race is fun and you want to take that third place, it's all about the championship. Some points are better than no points, and fourth place points are damn sure better than not finishing the race at all. So as much as if the opportunity presents itself, take it, but now the risk reward balance, the risk reward ratio greatly favours the minimising of any risk right now. Keep it safe, keep it going for the next 5 minutes 20 seconds.
Yeah, and sometimes that is easier said than done, because Sheratilov will have Igor Ogorodnikov in his ear, and up the inside goes the Aston Martin, runs wide coming through turn 1. He saw the opportunity, and that to me, David, was a bit squandered, unfortunately, by Sheratilov.
Well, fine. Just ignore what I say then, Sheratilov. Then that's I'm trying to argue the case for valour and patience and everything. He's just like, nope. Let's just send it up into T1, see what happens. It was never going to work. Too much speed into that turn 1. Great awareness from Hartfeld to kind of just back off on the brakes, roll it off, and let it done. But I tell you what, it shows the intent. It shows that we're definitely going for it. And that might have just scared Hartfeld a little bit into holding on to that P3, because it's now not only Shevritilov, but he's also got Bonjour behind him as well, catching up very, very quickly. I mean, we've got, maybe 2-3 laps left in this race. Garcia, it's looking very comfortable up there in first place. Eamon Murphy in second place. 106 Pellegrini has got a drive through for track limits, just here in my ear there, but Hartfeld's and Shevritilov, I mean, this is starting to get scary now. This is either going to end in an amazing move that we will talk about for weeks to come from Shevritilov, or Shevritilov is going to send Chris Hartfeld to the moon.
Or to the shadow realm, whichever you prefer.
Yes.
But Pellegrini, that drive-through penalty for track limits is going to drop them out of the points. And they were fighting in the lower half of the top 10 earlier on in this race, so 3.5 minutes to go. Leader currently going through turn 4 as we speak, as Sheratilov thinks better of it, going through into turn 1, decides not to do the Daniel Ricciardo lick the stamp and send it, but gets really close going through turn 1 on Chris Hartfeld, through turn 1A, now into the left-hander at turn 2. He showed his nose, did Sheratilov. But on that particular occasion, thought better of it, thought discretion was the better part of valour. And yeah, completely blew your chaos theory out of the water when he went up the inside of Hartfeld on the previous lap through turn 1. But look at the closing speed going through T4 there. Sheratilov looking up the inside. Hartfeld just wide, little bit of door-to-door bumping, but Sheratilov has got the move done. Wow!
Whoa, what a move from the 41. I mean, that is textbook how you get a move done from Shevritilov. Unbelievable move. That was worthy of a podium finish right there. Huge stuff. I hope he can hold on to it. This is the battle for 10th, 11th and 12th place. De Oliveira trying to hold on. In fact, it's just 10th and 11th, because Jack McIntyre trying to throw everything that he can to get that position done. That Bentley is not going to manage to outpower a McLaren going round the outside. But do you know what? For me, the biggest victory of the day, Stefan Zero in that 411 BMW 7th place. I am absolutely beyond delighted with that right now.
Yeah, having started 31st on the grid, well, it was a difficult session for not just the GC racing and racing crew, but also, you have to feel sorry for Unicorns of Love. They were just outside of they were at the bottom of the top 35, and if I'm honest with you, Bonjour now trying to get his way past Chris Hartveld, as we are into the last 90 seconds. Leader currently has just exited turn 5, and next time around we'll get the final lap.
We'll soon see, because he's actually going to be very, very close with just 1:12 left to go. We'll keep an eye on that, but it could be very, very close indeed to that minute mark. Look at the pace that Big Bad Godzilla has got on Chris Hartveld. It could go from bad to worse, and Hartveld almost had the same thing happen to him 2 laps in a row, because Bonjour was hanging the trail braking on that GTR, trying to get it up the inside of the Ferrari. Wasn't going to happen, but look at the raw power. I mean, that is frightening how much pace that GTR has got right now. The tyres from Chris Hartveld absolutely falling away right now. But I do believe this is going to be coming into one more lap. We've got 30 seconds left to go, round the final corner. So this is going to be the penultimate lap that we're on just now. A way to start the final lap here. And what a drive from Garcia in that 122 Odox Motorsport Ferrari. Amazing job keeping it out in front. Eamon Murphy is going to be delighted with that second place as well. Going to be completely honest with you there. 7 seconds off of Garcia for that second place. But championship wise, I mean, a podium to start is always a great, great start.
I'm sure that there's going to be plenty of smiles in the Lada Sport Rosneft camp with Yaroslav Sheratlov and Igor Ogorodnikov, as Florian Bonjour looking. He senses an opportunity, but will Chris Hartveld be forced into an unforced error, or make a mistake on his own petard? But you can see there that the Ferrari is just being made to stay on the racing line as much as possible. But Florian Bonjour is driving that car like it's on rails, coming out of turn 4. Now the run up to through turn 3, up the run towards turn 4. So through the next left, full pelt. And time has hit 0. Leader is on the final lap, David, and is on their way down to turn 12.
Yeah, he's on his way down just now. It'll be turn 12, then turn 12A. Here we go then, Alberto Garcia for Odox Motorsport, round 12A into 13. It's around that long sweeping left-hander up the hill towards turn 14 for the final time. A glorious, glorious day out at the races for Alberto Garcia and Gerard Martinez-Amer out of the final corner. But it's a win for round 1 of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster for Odox Motorsport. A brilliant performance from absolutely nowhere. Your reigning champion Jazz Heat takes second place. That is, of course, Eamon Murphy, Andrea Capoccia and Mikhail Statsenko. But here we go, Yaroslav Shevritslov for Lada Sport Rosneft, round turn 14 for the final time. A much deserved podium and 3rd place, and I can imagine YouTube chat going very, very excited indeed. Going to be 4th place for Chris Hartveld, just holding on for GTWR Racing Team from Florian Bonjour. Is going to be Jeremy Lefil for Team Fordzilla Lexus, all by himself in 6th place, coming down towards turn 12 just now. And oh my goodness me, my eyes are on stocks for what's about to come across the line any second now. The 411 is going to get through, but to Oliveira in the Ferrari gets a drive-through penalty on the final lap. Can you believe that? McIntyre's going to take 10th place then, but going to come across the line any second now then. DeFeel is going to take 6th place, he does, and then it's going to be the big bad BMW coming in to turn 14 in 7th place. It's going to be Stefan Zero powering out the corner. Would you ever have believed it? P7 for Walking Horse Motorsport in the 411, Stefan Zero in 7th. It's going to be Perella in 8th place, Moirera in 9th, and then it's going to be Jack McIntyre in 10th position. Oh my goodness me, Alex. What a race. What a 3 hours here of Hungaroring. And that has just set the cat amongst the pigeons here for Season 3 of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster.
Hasn't hit just, David Christie. Wow, wow, wow. A spectacular race. You know, it had so many ups and downs, so many twists and tails. We didn't know how it was going to unfold at the end of it, but, you know, Odox Motorsport putting everyone on notice, even Yazheat Richard Mille, saying, we're coming. And that is just a sign of intent. You know, they didn't get pole position, but they got the victory. And the victory is more important because, as they say, it's time for show. Times for show, points to go. And they are definitely going places, Redux Motorsport. I have to give a shout out, though. The drive of the day has to go to the 411 crew. Martin Schumacher, Jordan Grant-Smith, and GC Racing and Friends Stefan Zero. 31st to what was it? 7th at the end of the race. 24 positions gained over 3 hours. It shows that it can be done. It's not about where you start, it's where you finish.
Yeah, incredible determination from the team. And again, in motorsport, you think, 7th place, that's not very good. But in a field of where 29 cars are split and qualifying by 1 second, that is a monumental achievement for the BMW. So fantastic to see that all there. Right, let's go and have a chat then, because we've got drivers' interviews coming up thick and fast, and it is they left it to the last minute, but it is of course the Team Lada Sport Rosneft outfit of the 41 team of Igor Ogorodnikov and Yaroslav Shevritilov. We'll bring them in for a very, very quick chat. But Igor and Yaroslav, what a race, and how happy are you guys to get P3?
Hello everyone. Thank you.
Hello. So it was a very hard race for me. I a little bit lost the qualifying. We started only from 18th position, but we did a very good job with my teammate. And we finished on 3rd place. Of course, on some last lap it was very hard. I just tried very hard, and it even was some contacts. So and I overtook him and finished on P3.
I mean, were you shouting or screaming when you got that move finally done? Because with all respect, you were all over that Ferrari for a good 10-15 laps.
Yes, this Ferrari was slower than me, and I keep pressure on him, and he did some mistakes, and I just overtook him. I don't know what to say more.
By ballast and fuel, Ferrari lost pace at the finish of stints. So we.
And Igor, on that note, on a personal note, you guys will know that I've always, said that you guys have got a lot of pace, but there's always incidents and there's drama going on. I have to personally say that is one of the best races that I have seen you guys do. It was incident free. You kept your noses clean, and the pace was allowed to show through. I mean, 3rd place, it's a brilliant start to the season. What are you expecting to take out of this season of the Endurance Cup?
So I agree with you that we have a very good pace, but always something happened with us. We try to keep work on this direction. So, and I think that in the next race we will not do some stupid things, as in, for example, last some races. So we will try to be as fast as we was also today.
I think we can expect fight into top 5 in every race. I think our choice, Aston Martin, it's a very good choice for this season. Only maybe 2 or 3 teams have AMR, so think it's our little benefit.
Well, best foot forward for you guys. Thank you so much, Igor Ogorodnikov and Yaroslav Shevritilov from the Lada Sport Rosneft team. Congratulations on 3rd place, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So there we go, Igor Ogorodnikov there. Let's go and have a chat then with Mikhail Statsenko, Eamon Murphy and Andrei Kapocha from Yazheat, who are here just now. Gentlemen, well done, Yazheat, P2. Starting where you left off, reigning champions. We'll talk first off to Mikhail. You took pole position in qualifying and had a decent first run.
Yeah, it was a very good first run. But the only thing about Ferrari is we have a lot of ballast in the car. So in race stints, it's very hard to keep the pace up because the tires are very sensitive to ballast.
Now, the 1-2-2 was really harassing you through the later stages of your first stint. Finally got the move done as you came into pit, but how fraught, how tense were those final couple of laps from yourself, Mikhail?
I mean, I knew I actually couldn't battle him off because, as I said, the ballast was very crucial for the car and for the tires, so I just kind of left him past me. So, I couldn't battle anymore. Whereas, I've done anything I could, actually.
And then after Mikhail done his first stint, Andrea, you had the car for the second stint, and you were in kind of your own little bit of the track because there was nobody anywhere really near you for the second half of your stint. But when you came out, I believe you were right behind the AMG and fighting tooth and nail with them.
Yeah, actually, it was pretty unfortunate because we thought that maybe trying to undercut them was a good idea, but they just pitted the lap after that, so it wasn't really effective. That thing made us lose a little bit too much time to P1 because we weren't that far behind them. So that battle lasted around 4 laps, and yeah, we lost around 3-4 seconds because of that. And it was after that it was extremely hard to think about taking back the time. So I was just doing my pace and trying to not destroy the times because I saw how bad they were in the first stint with Mika. So I just tried to keep the car very, very good on track without destroying the tires, and I did the longest stint of the three of us, so I could hand the car to Amon with less time to drive.
And that hands things off perfectly. Eamon, you took the third stint, and you were kind of left to your own devices in that second place. When it's like that, what's it like as a driver? Is it difficult to keep concentration because you're not fighting with anyone, or is it easier when you've got some clear space?
Not really. I was still pushing to try and catch P1, even though it was 10 seconds back. But you never know what could happen. They could have had a mistake, and those extra couple of tenths could make all the difference. So I was just pushing and in the zone, really. So it was.
And with you guys coming into this as reigning champions, I mean, you must all be delighted with P2 for your opening round. I mean, anything can happen in these events, but to score a good solid podium, you must be looking forward to making a full attack on the championship again.
Yeah, it's just all about you don't need wins every week. It's like we've seen, if you can try and stay in the top 5 in every race, all the points add up. It's beneficial to be P1, but we'll take P2 this week and just try and go one step further next week or the next time.
And talking of that, 6 hours of Monza, Mikhail, we'll come back to you finally. What is going to be the plan of attack for that track? Is it a track that the team does well at? Do you think you've got a good chance at it?
Yeah, I think we have a very good chances on Monza because Ferrari is a very good car. But again, we'll see on the ballasts. I don't really know about ballast for the second race. So yeah, we'll kind of have to work from the ballasts.
Excellent. Well, guys, looking forward to it. Congratulations to Yaz Heat, Richard Milley for the second place on our opening rounds, and we'll see you next time out.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So there you go. That was Andrea Capoccia and Mikhail Statsenko for our Yaz Heat, Richard Milley and Eamon Murphy in there as well. Finally, we have got Gerard Martinez from Odox Motorsport from the Audi. Let's have a chat with your race winner. Gerard, welcome aboard, my friends. Congratulations, a race win to set off the season in style for Odox Motorsport. Talk us through that race.
Yeah, we are very happy with the race. At the beginning it was difficult. Alberto was very close to the first position, and overtaking in this circuit is very difficult. But when he has come to overtake, we have get a crucial distance with the second, and that we have been able to maintain in the second and third stint and resume a perfect race, and we are very happy.
And obviously a fantastic start to the championship for yourself and your teammate. Do you think that you and Alberto can take on the championship?
I don't know, but it's difficult to get the result. We are into championship in this and the VCO, and it's difficult in every race stay to the top. But we try to stay in and maintain the results.
So with the race win tonight, is it going to be yourself or is it going to be Alberto buying the beers tonight?
Both of them.
Good stuff, guys. Well, listen, it was an absolutely awesome race. We hope you have lots and lots of beers to celebrate tonight. Thank you, and congratulations again to Odox Motorsport.
Thank you too.
So there we go, Gerard Martinez from Odox Motorsport along with his teammate Alberto Garcia. Alex, wow. I mean, obviously we were hyped up and we were mega excited for that 3-hour race, but A, it just flew by, and B, I mean, what an opening round to a championship.
Yeah, and as they say, start as you mean to go on. The second round of the Endurance Cup Season 3 by Thrustmaster heads to Monza on the 29th of May. Can you believe that's 4 weeks away, David? I mean, that's crazy. But, there's plenty of stuff for people to watch in the meantime. Sprint Cup Season 3, more female races by Thrustmaster Rockets, the second round of the SimGrid VCO World Cup. The German Cup makes its return as well. Yeah, I mean, as soon as I got asked, do you want to do Endurance Cup? I was like, why the hell not? And to be honest with you, those 3 hours, it felt like 30 minutes from start to finish on that race. And to be honest with you, that's what I love about sports car racing. Bring on what comes next.
It's so tantalizing to watch. You know, you get wrapped up in it, and before you know it, the entire 3 hours is gone. All that remains is left for us to say a huge thank you to our partners, our brand new partner that we welcomed on board today, SimSock, the provider of premium sim racewear, feetwear to keep your feet on the pedals at all time. Check them out at simsock.com, simsok.com. You'll be hearing a lot more about them from us in the coming weeks. Also to Coach Dave Academy and to Thrustmaster as well. As always, head over to thesimgrid.com, get yourself involved in daily races, get yourself involved in the championships over the different sprints. There you can see Coach Dave Academy on screen just now for all of your professionally esports developed sim racing setups for Assetto Corsa Competition. You also get some premium one-to-one setup and guidance and coaching as well. Thrustmaster, who I am a big fanboy as always, with my little Thrustmaster T300 RS wheel. Absolutely crazy wheel. If you can, get one of those. And also to our production team behind the scenes of we've got Michael Yao on the cameras, Mike Yao and Michael Hamlet as well. And then to yourself, Alex Goldschmidt, for joining us for the past 3.5 hours. I've been David Christie. Alex, it's going to be an amazing round 2.
It is indeed. You don't want to miss it. Don't forget to follow us on all the relevant social media channels. And I think that's really it. So goodbye, everybody. See you next time.
Until next time, we'll see you then.